What's happening, gang? What's going on? All three of you that are watching this impromptu, set it up late last night live stream. Glad you could make it. Glad you could make it. Happy for anyone to be here, let alone three of you. Bruce G, what's up? Matthias, what's happening? He says Logan Hall is sleeping like a baby. How's Logan Hall's hand? Anybody know? So on the screen is Menema Turkish Breakfast Part 2. So I still had a bunch of the peppers and stuff left, so I did it again. Serve that with some toast. It's delicious. This one, I don't know. I still haven't been able to make it come out exactly like the old Turkish woman on the video, but it'll work for what I'm doing, and it's delicious. It's absolutely delicious. Brian! So got mom over. She has a bunch of doctor's appointments and stuff because they're looking at this kind of odd back procedure that they want to do to her, but a lot of it depends on her cardiologist and some other tests. So got her friend actually wanted to go with her, so I took her over there. Excuse me, so she can get over to the docs. I got a little bit of job news we'll go over in a little bit. And I went and visited. So that little montage was a bunch of watches I looked at yesterday at Joyce's. My buddies at Joyce's Jewelers. A friend of mine did buy a Breitling there, which I was glad to find out that he pulled the trigger finally on that watch. He got a Heritage Super Ocean in green. He got the big one. He went with a 46. So he liked the look of it. That's a watch that he said he wants to wear a little bit, but kind of keep for his son as a kind of a celebration. His father just passed, so he bought that to kind of have something to pass on to his son, which is one of the cool things about watches. Is one of the cool things. I got to look at some really cool watches yesterday. I was very happy with that, and I got some. I got to go to one of my favorite Italian restaurants. I actually tried something different. So here we'll go back over to the page here and pull that stuff up. So we'll go past the watches here. So Maloney's Italian restaurant. I got the pasta con salsiccia, which has sweet and hot peppers and hot sausage and a meat sauce. I normally get their marinara because it's really good, but I felt like having something different. And since 1950, they've been around. And I love that they put little beets in their house salad that you get with their pasta. It's delicious. Their house Italian dressing, great. The little beets just add just a little bit of a different texture and flavor to the salad. The pasta itself, always good. Always do a nice job there. One of my favorite things to do when I'm in the Uniontown area. But I did, so I guess we'll catch up on breakfast a little bit because we made kind of a more traditional American breakfast yesterday. And made home fries, topped it with an egg, bacon, and sausage, and toast. Delicious. How do you beat it? How do you beat it? Thoughts on the new Mark 20 colorway? I'm not a fan. It's not the colorway that I object to. It's the titanium case. The Artifact says, love the Oris brand. I feel like it's a must in a diversified collection. I agree. I think Oris makes great watches. I was playing around with some yesterday, and I was just like, wow. I tell you who else makes really nice watches that I didn't have a lot of experience with. Zodiac. Those Super Seawolves are nice watches for not much money. I think the most expensive one I handled yesterday was around $2,100. Most of them kind of 15, 16-ish. Great bracelet. It's got a little comfort setting. It's It's amazing. Dear Artifact says you can't beat breakfast. There's great supper foods, but a great breakfast is best. It is hard to beat a good breakfast, you know. But yeah, so we did that. That definitely happened. Excuse me. We did have a little Sherman time. Sherman, my blind double dapple dachshund. You can see his microphthalmia, his small eye syndrome. He's born with those tiny little eyes. Fortunately, he didn't have to have them removed. You know, there was no infections and removal process or anything that would cause him any pain. But he's a good boy. He's one of my favorites. He loves to sleep on the heating grates or pull his bed over to one of the heating grates. One of his favorite things. I can't see how that can be comfortable, but he likes it. He does indeed like it. I was wearing this yesterday, so I did something while I was out there. Good morning, Johnny O. Good to see you. 11 people watching this already. DM. 10:30 on a Friday. So we got the Ultima Lucha 2015 shirt on. Woo! But I wore this. I actually took the Aquaterra as well because I knew he had a date just in there. I want to get a couple pictures juxtapositioning them. But so what I did was, because it's been so cold, I think the Lucha's wrist might have shrunk down a little under 7.5. The watch, it's a heavy watch, and you want a heavy watch to be a little bit tighter. I do anyway, because it flops, you know. So I had them take a link out. So I set the comfort setting in the middle and had them take a link out. And now it just fit perfect. Now you do get that little piece here, that sticks out, but it's not terrible. And in the middle, I can, it's 9.6 millimeters worth of micro adjust on this thing. So I still have room to make it bigger or smaller with the extra link out. I really like this watch. What are you gonna do? It happens. It's the shit that happens. But Mom's getting all her tests done at the docs, so hopefully those all go well. They can schedule this back procedure for her soon. Essentially, what they want to do, it's like a 2-part thing, but the one part is injecting some sort of. He said cement. I don't know what it is that they want to put into those microfractures. He said that after they get that in, she stays in bed for a day, that she's going to have a lot less pain. So we want Mom to have less pain. That would be a good thing, especially because, well, I have her here, which is great, but I also have a bunch of steps. So, I did move the laundry upstairs for her, but you got to do what you got to do. It's Mom, for God's sakes. So, but yeah, so I went and visited my friends over at Joyce's Jewelers. I was really excited to be able to take a picture of this on my wrist, because unlike watches of Switzerland, they're like, yeah, take pictures of whatever you want. So, unlike that bad experience, this 60th anniversary Diver 65 is really a cool watch. I gotta say, it's a pretty cool watch. It's so retro that sapphire crystal. It's made to look like the old Heslite crystals, and it's just so good. It's so tasty good. It gives that distortion at certain angles. It's just got that super retro vibe. It is a little bit different than the original and the reissue, with the wording and some of the the side of the bezel is polished on the side instead of black. But what a really, really nice watch. I can't stress that enough. It's a great watch. It's a great piece. But we also, here it is next to the Planet Ocean. Planet Ocean is definitely a bigger watch with a stouter bracelet, but look at the taper on the back of that bracelet. That thing tapers down so nice. That is one of the keys. Now, it doesn't really have any it has micro adjust settings, like pin settings, but not like a comfort setting or anything like that. But on the Oris, but what a beautiful watch! And it's one of the subjects of today's thing is collecting the things that you love. So let's go over. I want to pull Bruce G's thing up. I'm going to pull up this Mark 20. Patronus. I'll tell you what I don't like about it. Hold on. IWC George Voorhees is somewhere in Washington State, shaking his head violently because we are on the IWC website again. I'm not really a huge fan of this. It's the colorway I don't care about one way or the other. It's the titanium bracelet. Or the brush. I don't even know if it's let's read. I could be totally wrong. It's just it doesn't have any of the polished effects. Let's go to product information. Green Dow rubber band. Maybe it's not titanium. Maybe it's just media blasted stainless. But so you look here, you don't have any of those. Not that the watch is fully polished, but I like some polish. I like a little, like a little bit of shine to my watch. Let's see. Oh, it is titanium. Okay, so I was right the first time. All right. I mean, Mark 20 is a great watch. It's a great size. It's got the easy exchange system for the straps, so it's multifunctional. I just prefer it in the normal than the normal in the normal stainless with some of that brushing. Dear Artifact says, does George hate IWC more than OC hates Oris? Their hatred is neck and neck. It's true. I'm not sure. I think George hates IWC more. And the reason I say that is because I think OC's true hate is Tudor. Just saying. I'm just throwing it out there. Tudor. Jock, good to see you. Hope you have a great weekend as well. But yeah, I think OC's true hatred is the Tudor line. But yeah, you can get all kinds of different buckles and stuff for it. Let's see what. Let's go up. It seems like we look at the Ingenores and the Aqua Timers a lot when we're here, but let's go to the Pilot's watches so I can show you the difference I'm talking about. I just prefer the case of, like this. Here's another one. It's a cool looking watch, but it doesn't have. This is the Mark 20 Petrois Suisse. Doesn't have the shiny bits. I like the shiny bits. You know what I mean? Not that there's anything wrong with the watch, but I want some shiny bits. And on the titanium, you can only get it on one of those straps. And then where's the Mark 20s, for God's sakes? Hate watch websites. This watch. This watch is so cool. Yeah, I can't go through the IWC watch website without clicking on something. This Tourbillon, I can't even imagine what this costs. It's an Inquirer now. This is north of $100,000 is my guess. But it's so cool looking. It's so good. I love to look at watches. Oh, let me see if I can. Hold on, let me get my cat. Jeez, oh Pete. Just distraction after distraction today. Come on, Shadow. Come on. Come on. You cry like you're beaten. Come on. Shadow. Jeez, oh Pete. Can you guys hear her? I'm sure you can. She cries like a baby. You gotta be like 13 years old. You're not a kitten baby anymore. Sorry, guys. Cat owner problems. All right, so she seems happier. This cat has become, like I said, since the spring when we lost Rebel and TC, he has become needy. Case size. Let's mark that down. Case material, stainless, and boom. That'll make the choices fewer. So here, that's the big Pilot 43. Here's the white Mark 20, which is one of my faves. When I'm looking at the mark, but see the little shiny bits. I like the shiny bits. I like a little bit of polish. I really like it on these bracelets. These bracelets are really nice on the IWC. Same watch, different material, quote unquote, lesser material. Looks better. Bruce, do you have a preference on? Do you like that new Patronus? I don't mind the dial. You know, I mean, if they want to do that Patronus dial, I hate that it mutes the watch to me. You know, a beautiful case loses those little pieces of polish. The titanium, you can't get this really cool bracelet. I mean, you're missing stuff. You're missing stuff. I just think this, you know, if you you know this or the blue is amazing on these watches, but when you compare that to this, see the polish that you're missing with the titanium. You can't get the bracelet. You can't, you know what I mean? There's just a lot that isn't there when I look at this. It really mutes the watch, which I don't care for. I don't need a big super shiny watch, but I like some polish. I want something to catch the light, to catch my eye, to make me think, hey, I need to look down at my watch again. Bruce G says, I think I prefer the Oris Diver 65. The Diver 65 is great. That new one is really great. I really like it. It's a really cool watch. Otherwise, here's another one that I've always had a fondness for. This Aquas relief bezel in the sunray gray with that red second hand and that beautiful bracelet. Even on the red rubber, it's not bad. They had one in the red rubber too. Just a sweet watch. Just a really nice watch. 43.5 case. It's only 50 lug to lug, 50.1, I think. Doesn't wear super big. You see it in comparison to the PO here. Just, you know, size wise, very similar. I mean, you don't get the helium escape valve. Yeah, this one has the relief bezel rather than the ceramic, but those little polish, again, the little polished highlights gives me some shiny bits on that bezel, which are kind of cool too. I like it a lot. I'm not gonna lie. I'm a big fan. I'm a big Oris fan. I think they do really nice stuff at their price point. I think it's a great entryway into the hobby. I think they're good corporate citizens. They do a lot, you know, trying to clean up the oceans and stuff, and different, you know, limited editions to support different charities and organizations. I like them. I'm a big fan. I'm a big Oris fan. They had on the leather, the first Omega in space. It's small. I thought it was very small. I thought the leather strap was very small. I mean, it's a beautiful dial, but it's just another Speedy. Yeah, not it's not a special. It didn't feel like a special Speedy to me, and it was a bit on the small side. Um, gonna drop the link again for anybody that might want to jump on the panel and chit chat about watches because you guys are the show. Super chats and stuff are not required; they are appreciated. Well, you guys are the show. The chat is the show here at the Luchabetic Mark channel. There is a link pin. We did the PayPal thing, so every once in a while I'll pin that link up there if anybody wants to donate towards my Cobra Medical. Hey, I appreciate it, but it's not required. We have had a number of people that have, and I can't thank you guys enough. You have no idea what that means. So that was that. Now they also had my favorite watch, one of my favorite watches. So this is the Aquaterra with the new bracelet with the comfort setting in the two-tone black dial. It's these pictures do not do it justice. It is absolutely a stunning piece. You got some smudges on the bezel there, but so the new bracelet, amazing. A little bit heavier with the gold, but not horrible feeling. And the comfort setting is just perfect. Just a great watch. I had a lot of fun. I was just playing some watches. They got the Steeler watch in, the Breitling Chronomat Steeler watch. Skip Intro says that Speedy looks great on a NATO. It's at first Omega in space on a NATO strap, is what you're saying. I can't wear NATOs. They don't fit. It's a shame. I've tried. I even had my Seamaster on a Bond official real Omega Bond NATO, nice NATO strap, looked cool, but the tuck kept popping out because and that was a big NATO, but it just kept popping out of the top because of the size of my giant wrists, which I don't think are that giant, but I don't feel like a giant wristed rat bastard. I also don't feel like a tiny wristed rat bastard. I'm no Teddy Baldassar. But yeah, these chronomat the NFL models. This is actually speaking of Teddy Baldassar. I went out to his place for the show that day, and when they had they were introducing these a few months ago, and they actually said that they had the Lions and someone else in because they had gotten them in for people, and this is the first or second Steeler one they've gotten in, and it's the one on the rubber strap, not on the bracelet. Expensive for what they are, I think. Anyway, that's just me. Zodiac, that was the lapis blue dial Zodiac. That watch is really nice. That bracelet is really comfortable. That 5-link bracelet. And it's got an interesting comfort set. I didn't take a picture of it. It's got a little bit of it's hard to explain. It's a butterfly on a dive watch, which isn't my favorite. But I'll just pull out the Aquaterra for an example here. So, you have your butterfly clasp, but when you pull on either side of that bracelet, it actually has some stretch in it, which is kind of cool. It's much nicer watches than I would have thought. I hadn't really, I've looked at some Zodiacs here and there on the show and online, but never really, I think, appreciated that lapis style. These pictures just really don't do it justice. But it's really pretty. It's actually just a really cool watch. There was another one I tried on with a black one And I don't know. I don't know enough about Zodiac to know what the difference is. Why this handset is different. So if you see this handset, almost like little shovel hands on the ends there, and the date window is framed. This one was no date, but with those kind of block hands. And the indices are a little different. I'm not sure. I don't know what makes one Super Seawolf different from another. This one was really nice, though. Really high polished ceramic bezel. The dial was nice, and again, I can't stress to you enough how nice that bracelet was. I mean, that was just really cool. And I can't stress to you enough. If you're looking at something in the, in Omega, Breitling, Oris, um, Norcane, Zodiac, and they also have a really nice pre-owned collection. Check out my guys at Joyce. They don't sponsor the channel or anything like that, but they're really good guys. And I mean, just didn't mind hanging out, talking watches for a couple hours, and let me play with some stuff and take some pictures and such for you guys. So kudos to them. If you're looking for something in their line, please check them out. They do nice stuff. I got to see here. I'm going to go over their tab stuff because these are a couple I didn't take. Well, I did take pictures of the Cartier, I think, but they got a couple watches in while that they were getting stocked in and stuff. They have a watchmaker on site, nice guy, but they got in a green 300M. So this is trading from. I think I was telling you they have a guy that just trades like a serial flipper, always trading in and out of watches. So this watch is actually January 25 card use, and they got in this. This one didn't have papers, but it was box only and was the Planet Ocean chronograph. That's a big watch. It's a big boy. But a cool watch. Caliber 9900. That was sitting there. This Cartier. I took a picture of it on my wrist, but it was, I mean, if you like the Ballon Bleu, it's a beauty. And it's cool. If you like Cartier, it's a cool watch. You have to like Cartier, you know? But yeah, they got that in, and this Breitling was sitting there too, waiting to be photographed and stocked into inventory. Navitimer Mont Brilliant Legend. Very cool watch. Good looking piece. Two-tone, beautiful, nice shape. So yeah, check them out. If you're looking for something, check it out. See if they have it. They're good guys. They're watch guys. That's what I like. You know, they like to talk about watches. They've owned and own a bunch of watches, which helps. Our friend Anthony. There's Anthony. There's Anthony. Yeah, I told him, I said, it was Anthony. Anthony is the one who told me about you guys. And they were like, oh, that makes sense. They're like, Omega guy. I said, yeah, I think he said that. I think he mentioned that. Me too. Anthony, yeah, that Navitimer is really nice, 47 millimeters, but it's beautiful. Just a gorgeous piece. But yeah, there's a couple of the used ones they got in. They got a couple new ones in too, but it's just what's really nice is it's for me being a little under an hour away from them, so it's not like I go there every day. But when I do go, I get to just sit and chat about watches with people, which is cool. Look at the case side on that Zodiac, on that Super Seawolf. It's really nice. Just a beauty. Yeah, I was playing. They had this in the used watches. You guys know I like this watch. We talked about this watch before. Brian's out there. He'll remember this Raymond Weil automatic GMT. I was shocked to see it in the case. I love that watch. I think the dial on that watch is spectacular. But again, I like watches. Collect what you like. Go see what you like. Find watch friends. I think we need to set up some sort of watch meetup club. Maybe here in the Western Pennsylvania area, get some guys together quarterly or something, just hang out and talk watches. Yeah, sort of like they do with the red bars and stuff. That would be cool. It's fun to talk to people about something that you have passion for. It's fun to see watches, to get your hands on them. I was ecstatic just to see this watch because I'd never seen one in the flesh, and it's really cool. That was really cool. It's really cool watch. There's that Ballon Bleu on the wrist. Beautiful dial. I mean, it's a beautiful watch. You have to like that. You have to like that shape and such. But I mean, it is what it is. Anybody out there own one of these? Isn't that what the chandelier has? Anthony says a meetup would be cool. Our red bar needs revived. Do we? Is there? I didn't. I've never even seen anything about a red bar around here. Yeah, we definitely need to get that because there's a few people. Yeah, I met 521 Taipei a couple times. These guys from out of Joyce's. I know we could find 10, 15, 20 people that want to meet up. Start. You know, yeah, you don't have to meet every month or anything, or quarterly, twice a year or something, whatever. It's the time to go cat watches. Who doesn't love that? That's a terrible picture, but that is the summer blue ultra deep. 18 on the thickness on that, but it doesn't wear big. It's actually very wearable watch. Size wise, it's actually very comparable to this. It didn't, it didn't wear bad. I will tell you, there's two things about this bracelet that I like better than the standard Planet Ocean bracelet. One is the clasp. I think the clasp is a little more refined. And the other is the Planet Ocean. You still have your lyre lugs with the polished piece on both. So uh, excuse me, looks like kind of the same bezel ish. But what's different is on the Ultra Deep, you have these little, again, give me some shiny bits. You have some shiny bits on this watch. There is a small polish on the edge of the outer links of the bracelet on this one that just make it amazing looking. It just catches the light. I love that. It's been inactive since COVID. The guy running it had a baby and kind of let it go. He said he was looking for someone to take it over. Cool. We need to look into that, Anthony. That's it's fun. It's fun. Watches are supposed to be fun. You're supposed to collect what you love. Go talk about what you love. Why do you love it? What makes you happy about it? But yeah, those are two big watches. Mine's on the right, the Ultra Deep on the left. So, um, overall, mine's a little more wearable. I kind of like mine a little better. I like the no date on the Ultra Deep. With the 12369. I just think from a symmetry standpoint, it works better. I like my indices a little bit better, but the gradient blue to black one version has some polish on the indices, so I like that. But I like the bracelet better on the Ultra Deep. But I also like something about an Omega when it doesn't say coaxial master chronometer. I like it when it says that on the dial. Does that make me weird? So like on the Ultra Deep, again, it's a terrible picture. It just says, Ultra Deep 6,000 meters or whatever. Or six whatever it is. Terrible picture. My Planet Ocean in the background looks better than the picture of the Ultra Deep. How'd that happen? Who let that happen? but a big, thick, chunky monkey. A lot of it's that crystal. You can see how that crystal pops up out. You know, and this one does not have a helium escape valve. It is just that waterproof. It is just that tight. But yeah, very cool to see that and get hands on with that a little bit. So this was in the case. This was on the rubber strap. Planet Ocean. Very nice watch. Big watch. 45.5, I think. Big old chunky monkey, but really nice. Yeah, they put the date at 6 on that one with the bicompact register. They also had this. I think we showed this on the stream the other day. They had this in stock, and they're nice, they're pretty. I get it. Everyone loves a Rolex, but this is why I brought the Aquaterra out with me as well. Yeah, it's a nice shape. It's like a little over a year old, and there it is next to the Aquaterra. I mean, which would you pick? In all seriousness, Aquaterra is a little bit thicker. I like the bracelet better on the Aquaterra. I wish it had a sports glass, but hey, they address some of the stuff. They address my issues with the smaller links and the comfort settings, so I can't really complain. The back, just a plain old back versus the exhibition case back, which I like better. I like the shark tooth indices. I love the fact that you have a little bit more variety. And there's the tops. The new crown is cool. It's just a good watch. It's a good watch. But that's what I did yesterday, and that was a good time. And again, my guys over there, they don't sponsor the show or anything, but they're very kind with their time, and love to talk watches and don't mind me poking around. So how do you beat that? How do you beat that? Does anybody out there belong to a red bar? Know anything about them? Do anything with them? Been to a red bar event? Anything like that? I'd be curious. See what those are like. I've never seen it, Bruce. I've never seen it. All the places I've gone to, they've just never had it. And now that they've closed all the ADs, since they opened that watch in Switzerland, it's even less choices to go look at an Omega. And for God's sakes, if you want to take a picture of one, don't go to Watches of Switzerland. They will tell you no, which I found bizarre. But I'm not a fan of the design, the aesthetics of the watch. I never really cared for. For those of you who don't know, let's go find a Ploprov. I think that's under the Heritage models, if I remember correctly. Let's share that. Yes, there it is. 55 by 45. You have to like this design. I mean, it's cool that it's different. Hey, they got a little video. Let's play that. Cool. I mean, I love the dial. The actual watch part. This rounded part. I love the bezel. I love the coin edging. The dial's cool. I'm just not crazy about extra stuff. excuse me, 14.3. I mean, it's 1,200-meter diver. You can go deep with it, but it just doesn't do much for me. The design of the watch has never been something I've looked at and said, "Oh, I have to have that." Oh, that one is in Omega steel as well. So that would be that in the Ultra Deep, or in the Omega steel. But yeah, I've never been able to get hands on one. I would try it on if I saw it, but I've just never seen it. But they're, if you like it, people who like it love it. What does that thing on the side do? I really know nothing about this watch. I've never really been able to see one. Does that release the bezel? That button on the right hand side? It looks almost like there's a bezel lock that you would release. Let me see. Let's go to the description, Mark. Famous screwed in crown and characteristic security pusher at 2 o'clock. So yeah. So I think you push that down in order to rotate the bezel, because they're calling it the security pusher at 2 o'clock. Sports a ring in blue ceramic in keeping with the color code. Fill the varnished hands and indices with a unique light blue super luminova. One thing, yeah, I mean, it's the fully lume bezel. It's got the trademark, where what they're known for, the green arrow or green pip and minute hand, so you can line those up pretty quick. 45 lug to lug, which is really short, but 55 case diameter. It's crazy. Absolutely crazy. That's a big ass watch. That's me telling you it's a big ass watch. Anyone have any experience with the Blow Pro? I do not. But that being said, if I had to pick the top 3 watches I got to play with yesterday, I'm sure I played with a couple more, but coming in at number 3, I'm gonna do one per brand. I won't gang up with the bands. I actually thought this watch was really nice. The Zodiac Super Seawolf surprised me at how much I liked it and how it felt on the bracelet. So the Zodiac Super Seawolf, 200-meter diver, a lot of heritage. Got the Zodiac Killer symbol. And this one in the black was, just a black lacquer dial, black bezel with an orange triangle with the pip, a little bit of orange writing, and the rest just white. Simple, kind of a cool date cutout. So what I liked what they did there is that they made the date cutout, the framing of it looks like, oh, I'm not even showing it. What the hell? The framing of the date window makes it look, it gives it symmetry, because it makes it look like the indice on the 9 o'clock side. So it just works. Well thought out. Case is cool. Bracelets are really comfortable. Like I said, it's got that little comfort stretch built into it. I think this watch was $16.95, and I'm sure you can get a little bit of a discount on it. I mean, could you buy one of these for $1,200? $1,250, something like that. I mean, that just seems like a deal for that watch. Salida movements, just solid, just a solid piece. Something. I like the hands better on this one than those kind of just block hands. So that was an attraction. Yeah, so that would be number 3. Number 2 of my favorite watches I got to play with. Number 2, I'm gonna actually another surprise. I'm gonna go with this one, and I love this watch. The two-tone Aquaterra. I believe that's the moonshine gold in stainless with the black lacquer dial with the new bracelet and the comfort setting. Look at that bracelet. I mean, I think it looks good in the stainless. Um, in the stainless watch, it looks good. It's beautiful. In the two-tone, it's even better. It does give it a tick more weight. We'll go. I'll look that up for you so I'm not just giving you my opinion on the weight. I should give you the actual weight. Yeah, it is the moonshine gold, and that one is 167 grams. I believe the stainless is 150 grams. So just a tick heavier, but not much. Like I said, you still get the comfort setting. You still get the coaxial 8900, and it's just gorgeous. But that would be the number 2 watch that I played with yesterday. What do you think? Bueller. I know, Anthony, you had talked about the red dialed one. The red only comes in a 38. It's gorgeous in the two-tone with that red dial. I wish they did that one in the 41. But this black one, like I said, I saw that guy at Teddy Baldessar's. I know I talk about the same shit all the time. But it was stunning in person. It was stunning to see it yesterday, in the flesh. I really, those indices are great. It applied gold Omega logo, the gold framed date window. The crown works as good as on mine. The one I said that I thought had been improved. It worked the exact same way on this one. So that would be number 2. Now, we need to guess what was Mark's number 1 watch that he got to play with. What do you think I thought was the best watch that I played with yesterday? Out of the ones that I have pictures of. Because I'm positive there's a couple I tried on and did not put on. So number 3 was the Zodiac Super Seawolf in black. Number 2 was the two-tone Omega Seamaster Aquaterra. And what would be the number 1 watch, I thought? The one that, I don't know if it surprised me the most, but it really wore well. It looked great. It was a pretty amazing piece. Hold on one second. Hold on. It's always a bummer when someone's, hey, you working today? No. No, I'm not. Anthony says he thinks it's the Oris Diver 65. Any other guesses? Any other guesses before we move on? 5 minutes. You guys got 5 minutes to guess. Here, I'll play that kind of montagey video again so you can see what it is that we're speaking about. Just change those wide shots to small. Those are the prospects. But there was one that really tickled my fancy more than a lot of the other ones. And I don't know that I should have been surprised by it, but it was a really, really solid piece. Sorry. Thoughts? While we're doing that, I'm going to check our upvote count. We've got had as many as 18 people watching. We have 15 upvotes. 2 of those are mine. So if you haven't hit the upvote button, please do. What do you think was my favorite watch that I played with yesterday? I mean, there's a lot of choices. I mean, the easy answer obviously is that, but I won't cheat and go with one of my own watches. Could be the Oris, could be the Steelers watch, could be the Raymond Wow or the Cartier, the Rolex. What did I love? What did I love the most? Aquaterra is really nice. It is. That's number 2, Johnny O. That is number 2. Hold on. Sorry about that. That is a beauty, Johnny O. And again, it's all smudged up on the side. I didn't clean it up or anything before I took the picture. But a beautiful watch. This is the watch we talked about the other day when I said if you looked at the comparable date just, yeah, but ugly Cyclops, $3,000 more, and what's the availability? Can you just walk in and get it, or do you have to wait? This watch, you could walk in and get. You can call them and they'll ship it to you. That watch, I believe, is 13. Let's go look it up on the site here. 13.6, Johnny. And it's my guess that you could probably buy that closer to $12,000. Collector Invest is saving up for a 1988 Tudor 74,000 for a birth year watch. I was born in 1988. Well, there you go. Very cool. Hope you get it. Hope you save up and get it. But yeah, so the retail on that is 13.6, Johnny. But it's a stunning watch. The like I said, the Aquaterra dial, the indices are cool. You know, I know Brian doesn't like the fact that only the minute hand has the arrow on the end. If you're going to nitpick that, but the sunken minute track, now they frame the date window, it looks so much better. Those indices are amazing. They catch the light in a striking way. It's just a beautiful watch. An absolute beauty. But what is it? What's the number one watch that I looked at? We don't have a lot of guessing going on. I know people are at work and stuff, so I get it. Excuse me, I gotta blow my nose. You guys don't need to see this. One of these heart medications just makes my nose run constantly. It's a bummer. A bummer. But hey, I'm alive. So then there's that part. Speaking of heart medications and medical, the link is pinned at the top. Anybody would care to donate towards that. I do appreciate it. Thank you, Bruce. You guys are the best, and I do appreciate it. But yeah, so of these watches, what did I like the best? Am I just gonna have to tell you? Is no one else gonna guess other than the 65? The 65 is a very cool watch. It could be first to make it in space. Very beautiful watch. We already know the Aquaterra was the number 2, surprisingly. I thought that would be number 1 myself, but it really wasn't. It wasn't the one I thought about the most afterwards. So, could have been the Datejust. Who knows? Maybe I'm going out of the Aquaterra to the Datejust. Maybe not. It was certainly not the 1988 Tudor. This had a Legend Diver, and they had a bunch of watches that aren't even on their site that are cool. Like that Raymond Wild's not on the site, surprisingly enough. For the beauty that it is. And it's a GMT, Brian. It's a GMT. I mean, the best thing to happen was to grab some pasta. I brought home some angel hair and marinara and a couple meatballs for Mom. Because everybody loves it when I go out there. Now, it's surprisingly a surprising choice, I think. It was actually this Aquas. May have been the nicest watch I tried on and played with when I was there. Nice bezel action, great crown, great bracelet, beautiful sunray gray dial. That red hand just gives it a little bit of pop to make it different. The relief bezel, the shiny bits, the polished Arabics and indices and pip triangle. It was just really, really good. It was a good watch. I would recommend that watch to anybody. I love the cherry dial. They didn't have one, but this gray one, I've always kind of gravitated towards looking at that watch. Don't know why. I can't remember what the price of this one was. I don't know if it just come in. I don't even know if it's on the website yet. And this is the new one, so I think there's some differences between that one and here. I'm going to show you the other one that they had like it was on the red rubber, and I actually think that one might be a deal. I think there's a few subtle differences between this and the new one, even though this is a new watch. I think it might be a leftover. But look at that dial. That Sunray dial was amazing on that watch. But I actually think there's a deal on that watch. If you bought that watch on the rubber, you can buy Orco. Yes, Horse does make nice stuff. You can get the bracelet for that, I believe, for like $338. And I think the new one on the steel is 25 or 2,700. Let me find a comparable since they don't have that one on the site yet. Do they have a relief bezel? No. And a different model. They don't have the 60th on there yet. Well, here's a relief bezel, but this looks like some sort of special edition, so it might be a little bit more. That is the Oris Bracenet. Don't know what that means, but cool looking dial. Relief bezel 2,600. So I think actually you probably get a deal on the red rubber one. And like I said, I think some of the differences are maybe like the size of the hands and a couple little minor things as a case that to the naked eye are not super obvious. But yeah, when you compare the handset, the handset on this one is a little bit bigger. just a tad bit wider. But um, so say you can get $400 or $500 off of this watch, that pays for the bracelet. You get that direct from Oris. That's a deal. Always look for a deal. Look for a way to make a deal. That's a deal. And the red rubber's not horrible, and it has a really cool, you know, adjustment system. Let's see here. Let's do this. And they have the proprietary screws that you can take off the let's go to the Oris website. We'll make I think they have that's the new Sun Wukong. Date relief. Here we go. Oh, $2,200 on the bracelet. So maybe it's not as good of a deal that way. Huh. Maybe you're better off to get the one on the bracelet. Very cool. Just a stunning, stunning watch. But on the bracelet, they have some sort of system on here. So you can cut to make the bracelet smaller, and then you have an adjustment on the other side, but doesn't really say here what it's doing. Bummer. But there is a they just don't show it. You would think they would show it. There's a micro adjust system on that bracelet, which is cool. I wish they showed it. Huh. What do you know? But I'm a big fan. I'm not going to lie. 17 upvotes. Thanks, guys. Appreciate those. We seem to be fluxing between 10, 11, 12 to 20 viewers as people come in and out, going about their day. Well, I got to answer one more text. Oh my. But I thought that watch, I mean, it's the right size. Obviously I like that 43.5. It fit really well. And the fit, finish, and polish and everything on that watch is really nice. It's a Solita movement. It's nothing groundbreaking or anything like that. But I mean, it's solid. It's a solid Solita movement. It's they call it a caliber 733. I'm sure it's some sort of SW200. Now it used to be a 10-year warranty on this. Now it looks like if you join my Oris, you get 3 more years for a 5-year warranty on these. It looks like what I'm seeing here. But here's the cherry red as well. This thing in person, if you've ever seen one of these, is an absolute stunning dial. The red on that dial. And that's, we're talking about watches around $2,000. Watch someone we have not looked at. We actually went to IWC and only looked at the Mark 20. I did not look at the Aqua Timer. I might like this Oris more than the Aqua Timer. What do you think of that? Shocker, huh? $43.5 by $50.1. Absolute stunning watch. But this cherry red version is also really good looking. A couple pictures of there on the wrist. And these pictures do not do this watch justice. The dial on that is spectacular. It's a lovely Urus Master, isn't it? So that however was my favorite of all the watches I played with yesterday. And I played with a lot of watches, and that one really was the one I kept going back over in the case and looking at it, going, "That's a really good looking watch." Wish I had a Jarb, and it made sense to buy a watch. I would have bought that. Yeah, the cherry red dial is great. Let me see if I can find a better example of the cherry red. So you can actually get a truer look at what that thing is. Let's see here. I don't want to. There's a short. Here we go. Here's a wrist roll. Let's see what this looks like. Look at that dial. Look at that. So pretty. Such a pretty watch. I like the red, obviously. Look at the bracelet too. The bracelet's really nice on these watches. I think it doesn't really have any kind of micro, like on the fly. But that dial is stunning. Look at it. Look at it. Even with smudges on the crystal, it still looks great. The sunburst on that, the red, the depth of the red on that. Why won't Rolex do that for us? Let's see what this guy's looks like. So anytime I'm trying to, decide if I want to look further into something, I look for like wrist rolls and little videos and stuff where I get a better idea of what the thing really looks like. That one's not great. The lighting's not that great on that one. This guy looks like he's out in the sun. Oh yeah. Beautiful. Absolutely stunning. You gotta love a good dial. Matthias has nominated Collector Invest for mayor of the Florida crew. Collector Invest, do you live in Florida? Are you willing to relocate? Mathis would like to make you the mayor. It's very nice of you. He says, sure. But yeah, the dial on that watch is just beautiful. And that relief bezel, a lot of times you think you want the ceramic bezels, but on that one, on that relief bezel with those polished indices and Arabics, it really catches. There's a lot of light play that comes off these watches. He ran for mayor, got second place where he lives, Lucha. Oh, I did not know. I did not know that. Where does he live? I don't even know. Not even sure where the Collector Invest resides. I don't know if that makes me a terrible host or not nosy. Or as they say in Pittsburgh, okay, so I wasn't born here in Pittsburgh. I moved here when I was 10 from Western Massachusetts. Most of you know that. But I've never adjusted to certain words. Now, you don't hear them nearly as much. I believe the internet has made people listen to themselves and go, oh, we sound like a bunch of jabronis. But if you were nosy, okay, there's a word that they use here in Western Pennsylvania. There's a whole dialect and language here. Not Boston, Massachusetts, southwestern Massachusetts, a little town called Southwick. There is language here that is bizarre. So they say yins, which I can't stand. Instead of you or you all, they say yins or yins. So they call them, and that's the big one. So they call people that speak with that dialect yinzers. Is what they say. They call them yinzers, which I always thought was a good appropriate. Western Massachusetts, the other historical name for Greenland. Yeah, there you go. Except they don't have package stores in Greenland. And they eat subs, not grinders. If you ever look at a map of Massachusetts, if you look at the, we'll pull it up here. If you look at the southern border with Connecticut, there's a little notch of Massachusetts that goes into Connecticut. That's where actually where I grew up. It's Southwick. Cool place. Who doesn't love a little disputed territory? I guess it went back and forth between them. For years. There was always disputes about those. Let's see if we can't find what's wrist roll. That's the blue. That's not what I want. That's what I want. That bracelet's tight. It's really nice. It integrates into the case, screws in. It's a proprietary bracelet system with proprietary screws, but there are a number of rubber bracelets available for it if you want something different. That's not a great video of it. Let's see. Here it is on the red rubber, and it's not bad on the red rubber. It's not bad. It's not as good, but it's not bad. The dial is what makes that. And yes, it does look. It does resemble the Yachty, the gray Yachty, but more of the cherry reds. Shorts on the gray. But the bracelet is tremendous on that watch. It's really nice. I gotta say, it's really, really nice. Yeah, disputed territory, Greenland. Oh my lord. Are we taking over Greenland? Let's see if we can't find a map. Getting there. Come on. What a big map. That's Hamden County. That's not what I'm looking for. Oh, I believe that is where Southwick is. These things in the town, but not. There you go. Let's see if this will pull up. Boom. Share that. Mark, have we already discussed this week how things have gone on the job? No, not yet. I have some news there. Omega is missing a big league opportunity by not having released a Gulf of America Seamaster. Bigly missed opportunity. Yes, the Gulf of America. Actually, that's the kind of thing that Oris might do because they're into causes and stuff. But if you look at this little weird map of Massachusetts here, the highlighted red area, the dark red, so the pink, I believe, is Hampden County, but the highlighted red area there, dark red, is Southwick, Massachusetts. I didn't actually grow up in the little notch there. I grew up a little northeast of the notch, but cool place. Back in the day, very small town. It has grown outside of Springfield. Yes, could you translate the map for us? Because I don't know what is in Southwick that people might want to terrorize, but there may be something. I'm not sure. Not sure what that says. If it says we're coming or we want to live there or I don't know. But that was my little town. Cool place. Interesting story if you ever read about the notch and the disputes and how it went from Connecticut to Massachusetts. There's some big lakes there, like not huge like Great Lakes, but big lakes, good farming, Congamon Lakes, tobacco growing. So when you hear about your Connecticut tobacco, some of that was actually in that section of Massachusetts as well. There were tobacco fields near my house that I grew up in, and barracks. Had barracks set up where they would have migrant workers would come and pick the tobacco at said time. So yeah, cool place. But back to watches. That was my favorite of all the watches I tried on. The Oris Aquis Relief Bezel Date. I thought that was a really nice watch. It was just pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie, I really like the way it fit. I love the bracelet. Let's see if I can find a better looking. Whoops. Well, we can always do this. Get the plastic off it already. I don't know how Curly does it with these clips. I'm already frustrated. I'm just doing this. You get a little better look at the dial and the bracelet. It's brushed in the center, polished on the outer links. It's just got, you guys know I love the mix of brushed and polished, and I love the way things catch the light. It's not a great picture of it, but you can see the sunburst. You can see the indices. Decent lume. But a good looking watch. All things being equal, a very good looking watch. And I'm not even showing you the video. What the fuck is wrong with me? I must be smoking the crack. There's the loom. Oh. Yeah, I don't know how Carolee does this. Playing with these clips, I get frustrated playing with watch clips. There's the loom in that guy's bedroom. But the watch itself, beautiful dial, cool bezel, cool case, good size. Anthony says, I missed the beginning of your stream. What did you think of the new Diver 65? Well, funny you should ask. That would have been the number 4 watch, I think, that I looked at. That watch is really cool. You have to like that retro design. The taper on the bracelet is amazing. The kind of the way you look through that crystal and it sort of distorts those big numbers. There it is next to the Planet Ocean. Now, is it as nice as the Omega? No, not. But is it cool in its own way? Yes, very cool in its own way. Really light, kind of thin, a lot thinner than I thought it would be. A lot lighter than I thought it would be. A lot more taper on the bracelet. And hey, they let me take pictures of the damn thing. Well, again, what's going on with my mouse? Because I definitely clicked the tab that time, but there it is. Horse needs to fix retail pricing until they've established broadly accepted provenance. Yes. So part of the problem, we talk about this a lot. The Oris models that I prefer are the Salida movements because those are in that kind of 2,500 and under range for the most part. When they get into that caliber 400, their new in-house movement and yay. And the guys at the shop tell me that there are a lot of people that prefer the caliber 400. They want the in-house movement, but you get up into the 4 or 5 grand range and I don't believe that is where Oris needs to be. I want to see the Orises that are, in the twos. Those are the ones, and I don't mind the Salida movement. I, in some ways, prefer it. The rollout of that 400 wasn't great. There were some issues with it. It just, I think it moves them into a price bracket where now instead of saying, hey, I want to buy that Oris, like this Diver 65, I think is around $2,500. That's not bad. That's a Salida movement. But some of those ones, when you get up into the 4 or 5 grand range, now you're considering Tudor, Longines, even entry level Omegas. I mean, if you're looking at a dive watch, at 4 or 5 grand, why wouldn't you consider a Tudor? Why wouldn't you consider an SMP 300? Save up a little, another month or two. Why would you consider something from the Longines line? I think that moves them into a price bracket they're not ready to compete at yet. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just totally full of beans, but I agree with you. I don't think they're a niche brand. They're not a micro brand. They're an independent brand or an old brand, but it's much more of a niche brand. They're great corporate stewards. They do a lot. They give back. They do a lot of watch events, which is cool. I have nothing but respect for them. What they do. The caliber 400 models get me a little squeamish because at that price, if I want to spend 4 or 5 grand on a watch, I don't think Oris is where my brain goes to. Exactly. Yeah. That's a good assessment. I'm not spending 4K on an Oris. Yeah. It just seems too expensive for an Oris. And there's not that there's anything wrong with it, but I think that some of these brands get into because they carry Norcane there as well. Norcane did the same thing. They went with those Kinesi movements, and their prices all went up $1,500 to $2,500. So where's the value now? There's a lot of value in a $2,000 Oris. So we'll just go back to the Joyce's site, but $2,000 for that watch, 2,200 on the bracelet. I can get behind that. It's a great watch. It's a beautiful watch. I wouldn't want to spend 4 or 5 grand on it. But when you go on the site or just on their site and you look at something with a caliber 400 in it, yeah, here's one right here. Just a plain blue diver, Aquas, 43.5. Now this is going to have the new caliber 400, the 5-day power reserve. I get it. Yeah, you get all that extra stuff. But 4,100? I'm not thinking 4,100 when I think Oris. Just not. That's not my lane. if you will, for the brand. I mean, I look at that watch and I'm like, well, it's a nice watch. It's $4,100. Why wouldn't I buy a Tudor? Why wouldn't I buy an S&P 300? You know, what can you get a 1-year-old 300M for around that price? What can you? How about a Longines, Zulu Time, or a Ultracron? It's going to be less than that. I think you're on $3,000 on the Zulu Time, 3,500 on the Ultracron. With the high beat movement. I don't know. I just think that there's so much. You move the playground into a neighborhood that has older kids, if that makes sense as an analogy. I'm not good at analogies. You think you're messing around in territory that you don't belong. But I gotta tell you, that was freaking delicious. It still didn't come out looks wise like that old Turkish woman made her menemen, but it was delicious. All those peppers, onions. So basically, I had a red pepper, so I did red peppers and serranos and whatever the other spicy peppers were I had. I can't remember now. Chopped up the rest of those with some garlic and a little bit of chili oil. Let that go for a while. Added the tomatoes. Some spices. I can't remember. I know there was cumin and coriander and onion powder, garlic powder, pepper, salt, whatever else I happened to throw in there as I was doing my thing. So that cheese is some of that leftover Mexican. I think it was a cojita, and it's just you dip your toast in that. It's just delicious. But I've made it twice now, and it hasn't come out looking like the one I see when that woman makes it, but it's the flavor's there. The flavor's 100% there. Might help if I shared the tab. What are you gonna do? There it is in the pan. Top it with the cheese, throw a lid on it for a minute to kind of get a little bit of melting on some of that cheese, but you still want some of the crumbles. I hit mine with some cilantro and leftover green onions that I had that she didn't use, but I had them and they added to the flavor experience. You serve that with a good toast. Get that in your eggs. Hers is a little saucier, but I twice I did pretty much exactly what she did, and then it came out different. But the difference in the peppers, some of them are spicy, some of them are sweet, some of them are just have like a weird. Those Anaheims just have their own unique flavor. It's just really good. I got a couple peppers left. Not sure what I'm gonna do with those. So look for another Mexican breakfast. Chilaquiles maybe or something. Who knows? John Galt says, can you make that in an air fryer? I don't think so. I have an air fryer, but the problem with the air fryer in this is how the eggs would cook. I think it would even be less saucy. And I hit it with okay, so as the peppers and onions and garlic, when they were just about done, I hit it with about 1/8 of a cup of I actually used dry vermouth. I just had it sitting there. Scraped up the bits off the pan and stuff, let that cook out, and then I added the tomatoes. So a little extra flavor there. Maybe that's the thing I did that was wrong. I don't know. It was delicious though. It was absolutely delicious. The Turkish breakfast is you do what you can. John Galt says I'm not much of a cook. I'm not much of a cook. My mouse is not working today. My magic mouse. But uh solid dish. Solid dish. A1 for flavor. The plating, it didn't look as good as the people I saw that did it in videos. So a lot of times when there's something that I want to make, I will look up some different videos of it and different recipes and kind of mix and match what I think would work best for me. This one I stuck pretty true to there was two that did it exactly the same, so I kind of stuck true to that. But the the look of it, the flavor was definitely there. It was just the look that was a little different, but delicious dish. Absolutely delicious. So let's look at that one. And the one I made the other day for you guys on Sunday, I believe, was much eggier looking. Uh, I did use one less egg this time. Yeah, that one was much eggier. It had a much more of an egg look to it. But in the bowl, I thought it looked better. It was a little dippier. So who knows? Who knows who's right, who's wrong? Those dishes are Ray Dunn pottery, and I got those to taunt an ex who loved Ray Dunn pottery, and like we've stocked some of my social media, so we put some dishes in the Ray Dunn dishes. So what the hell? I can be a little bit petty, right? Because I bought her thousands of dollars worth of Ray Dunn pottery. I believe that entitles me to a bit of pettiness. And yesterday's breakfast was more of a traditional American breakfast: bacon, sausage, home fries, egg toast. Delicious. Been adding extra home fries and meats and breads and just doing one egg because it's hard to find egg. There's a lot of times I go to the store, there's no freaking eggs. If it's the bird flu, I don't know what it is, but there is a problem getting the eggs to the shelf. I saw a guy. I knew I was in trouble the one day because I saw a guy who had a cart full of eggs. I don't know if he had some kind of restaurant that he couldn't get his normal shipment in. I mean, literally had a grocery cart filled with eggs. Yeah, dozens and dozens of eggs, which I thought was crazy. I also was convinced that even more that I love the Aquaterra more than the Datejust yesterday. I think it's a better watch. I like the look of it better. I like the movement better. I like the exhibition case back better. I know the Rolex people are going to come for me, but I mean, look at this case size, Yeah, the bracelet's a little better, maybe. I don't know. I like the new bracelet on the Aquaterra, but I can see where you say an Oyster bracelet is better. But that one doesn't have the fold over clasp. It's got the kind of fake fold over clasp. No exhibition back. Smaller crown. Not as fun of a dial. Not as many fun choices of dials. A little bit thinner. We'll give it that. But I don't think it's quite the watch. So, and no big, ugly Cyclops. I can read the date. Even at my advanced age, I can read the date on my Aquaterra. The Cyclops is not necessary. But yeah, the clasp, I get it, the T-fit or whatever they call it on the Rolex, but It's nice, but that kind of fake, fold over. Why? Why do you have to do that? Either make it a fold over or just make it a push button. That's my 2 cents on the matter. But when I looked at those two together, I was even more spit. I like the lugs better. The lyre lugs really make that Aquaterra. They really make a lot of the Omegas. I just think just really add so much to the look of the watch and to the way it catches the light. And that's one of the things I found is more and more important to me is the way the subtle ways that a watch catches the light and gives me a little bit of shine. That's why I don't like that new IWC Mark 20. It's very dull. I don't mind the Patronus colors on the dial, but that titanium bead blasted titanium case, there's nothing shiny about it. There's nothing, it's not special to me. I think shiny is special. That was my problem with the IWC that I had. It was didn't have anything that shined. No sparkle. No sparkle. I want some sparkle. Am I wrong to want some sparkle? Is that a bad thing? Is sparkle a bad word? Got 21 upvotes. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Yeah, I like a little sparkle. I'm a big fan. What about you guys? What do you guys like? What is it about a watch that catches your attention? What makes you go, "Oh, I like that watch," or makes you take a second look? Are you bracelet people? Are you dial people? Are you case people? Polishing people? Bead blasting people? What do you like? I mean, the polish and stuff. That's what makes Grand Seiko popular with people. They do beautiful polishing. What is it with you guys? What gets your goat with a watch? The legs in it. Oh wait, what's the topic? I like it. I like it. So yeah, there's things that need to. Yeah, we're our channel. Oops. There's things about a watch that catch your attention. Um, and like this picture that's up here, you can see a lot of the differences between these two watches. They both have polished center links. They both have polished bezels. They both have applied indices. They both do have some light catch. But I think the lyre lugs, I think the little bit bigger crown, the smaller links on the bracelet, all those things catch my attention first more. See a better picture here. Look at that watch. That watch is gorgeous. Fume dial. Yeah, it doesn't have the super high polished indices, but that actually makes the watch case and the bracelet the shining star, whereas the dial becomes the colorful accoutrement, if you will. My friends at the Tiffany store loved that watch. Aside from Ray Dunn Pottery, I spent a small fortune at the Tiffany store on the X as well. But the salespeople there, when they see me, if I'm at the mall, we will stop and talk. Is that thunder? Are we having a January 31st thunderstorm here in Pittsburgh? That's crazy. That is nuts. But yeah, it's those types of things. So yeah, the girls at the Tiffany store were like, that almost looks Tiffany blue. They really liked it. They were suitably impressed with my watch. They know I'm a watch guy, but they liked it a lot. But yeah, look at that thing. Look at those indices, the height of those indices, the depth of that dial, the little bit sunken minute track with the fume effect. It's just so good. Aquaterra is a good watch. Teak dial, new. I prefer the black lacquer in this one just because of the bracelet and that two-tone, because it has the new bracelet and it has the comfort setting. But even the teak dial ones are just beautiful watches. This watch is bold because of the orange bezel, but the thing that catches you are the indices. The sparkle that you get off those indices, the polish on that lyre lug. So the lyre lug is bigger on this watch because it's bigger lug. So the polished bevel there is even bigger. The polish on the coin edge of the bezel. It's the little light play. Those are the things that I really love about watches. You know. But what about you guys? Aside from legs and butts, what do you like? What's a watch that you love because of the look? You know, a lot of people love the Royal Oak, and it's a great watch. But what is it about the Royal Oak that is the star, if you will? Accept some cookies and go over to here. It's the bracelet. It's the little bits of polish. It's a very brushed case, but you get that little bit of off light play off the bracelet, a little bit of light play off those screws. That's what makes the watch. The dial itself looks like a PRX. I know PRX copied them, but I mean, the dials themselves are not that exciting. They're okay, but it's those little links on the bracelet, the polish on the screw, that yeah, a little bit of a polish on the bezel. Those are the things that make the watch for me. It's entirely dependent on the total design line, which not to be silly, but the same with women. Some watches, the dial makes them, some the taper and material, some of the history. Yes. With women, you really got to look at the history. It's a big deal there. uh, my favorite marks are AP, JLC, and Roman Gauthier. AP for history and brutalistic multi-generational design. JLC for the connective tissue and design language overall. RG for the dials, period. There it is. So I had that Polaris, and the beauty of that watch was the dial. I mean, it had some shine and some polish too, but let me scroll down and find a good picture of the old Polaris. Um, Geez, oh Pete, I look at a lot of watches. You know, there it is. That's not a good picture of it. I think that one's better. Yeah. So what got me with this watch? No date, internal rotating bezel, brushed and polished bracelet with a cool micro adjust system on the butterfly. The But what really made this watch was the dial itself. So you got a little bit of shine off the Arabics and the indices, but it was that opaline internal rotating bezel, and then that kind of sand finish, sandblasted finish, and then into a sunray on the dial. That just, to me, made the watch. To me, made the watch. God, I'm not even showing that picture. What is going on with my mouse? You have to go back and look. But yeah, look at that dial. The applied logo was, just gave it a little bit of shine. I mean, it was just a very simple but very beautiful watch. And this little bit of a polished edge on the bevel of the lug, just gave it some pop and made it different. I loved it. It was a great watch. The movement was beautiful on that watch too. But that one went. That one went bye-byes. What are you gonna do? A lot of watches are going bye-byes, but it happens. It happens. Let's see if there's anything else. People hate this bracelet, but again, these polished four links here in the middle. Really, really popped in certain light. It was just cool in that way. I wish it had some taper. I wish it had some taper. But the dial I love. That white ceramic dial with just a little bit of red. Seamaster in the tip of the second hand in red. That made the watch. See, it's a better picture. There's a better picture of the dial. Look at that dial. That dial's gorgeous. The white one, it's a little harder to see the zirconium oxide symbol here, but that touch of red on that beautiful white ceramic dial just really made that watch. Bracelet is not timeless. It's not dated. It's now dated. It's not bad, but we expect more after all this time. I do too. Yeah, I really want a new bracelet. One of the reasons that I gave that up to go to this, the two biggest factors, aside from the size, you guys know I like a bigger watch, but the two biggest factors were a tapering bracelet. I think a 3-link bracelet is a little bit more timeless. You can get away with the same design. I wish it had the polished bevels like on the Ultra Deep. And the round, not the scallop bezel, a little bit easier to use, the coin edge round bezel. But yeah, I've been waiting, and all they seem to want to do is put everything on the mesh. They don't look bad on the mesh. They don't look bad on the mesh, but is that hold on. I think I have an example that I can pull up of the 300 on a Jamesh. Maybe. Do I not? Well, here it is when I put it on the NATO. It didn't look bad on the NATO, but like I said, the tuck was a problem. Getting the NATO to tuck into the top is very short. I think I show a little bit of a side angle. It would pop out all the time and just be kind of flopping around, and I didn't care for that. But somewhere in here, I have it on the mesh. Perhaps. Maybe it's in videos. Nope. Oh, there it is. There it was on the mesh. And the mesh is okay, but it's that straight bar look. And if you have a smaller wrist, the way that tucks under, it's hard. It's a little harder to wear. But it's stout. I mean, that mesh bracelet is stout. I believe that's made by Stibe. My calendar says I have a Planet Ocean and a 300M. I do like both bracelets, but the one on the Planet Ocean is next level. The 300 bracelet just seems right, even though it's dated. Yeah. I don't know what the answer is, but it is it is a very 90s vibe to that. God, my mouse stinks today. I might have to charge the battery on it, on my Magic Mouse. Every time I try and show you guys something. There's the 300M on the mesh. Sorry about that, guys. But yeah, that straight bar look, you have to like that. And if you don't like the straight bar look, because even the rubber straps integrate into the case, but that seems like their answer. Now the Paris edition did have a quick release, which is another, why doesn't everyone have some sort of quick, especially a company like Omega? So I can see that, like, maybe why Rolex doesn't do it, because Rolex doesn't want you um, changing the bracelet, you know. But they want you to keep their bracelets on. But Omega sells leather straps, rubber straps, bracelets. You would think that they would be all in on quick release spring bars and stuff like that. Quick release systems. Calendar drinker is enough to make everything just right. That's the point of Macallan drinking. Omega can't bank on that. Yeah, it's dated. It is a very 90s look. It's comfy. You wouldn't think it would be that comfortable when you put it on, but when you put on something with a taper, then you notice it's even more comfortable. And when you compare that to, let's see, let's go way back up. Well, here, let me do it this way. Let's do it this way, Mark. Share that. When you compare that, and the scallop bezel too, I think the scallop bezel and the bracelet. It's not a ton of taper, but it's just enough to make a difference. The 3 link is really nice. It's stout. It's big. It's enough to carry the head of the watch, and it's just a good piece. Just really, really good piece. It's got all there's just like little upgrades. Not to mention that you also upgrade to the 8900 movement. So you end up with the quick set hour, the travel time function, and the double barrel escapement. I just think you end up with a little bit better watch. 521 Taipei. What AI never understood was how a bracelet is just $100 less than a strap from Omega and most watch. Yeah, a lot of them, it is a difference. But if you go to buy one of those things, so they sold that orange Ultra Deep, and he told me that when they bought that bracelet for the guy, that stainless bracelet for the Ultra Deep was like $1,300. Expensive, yeah, absurd prices for most of their straps. I don't understand at all, unless it's an implicit admission all their steel is Chinese. I don't know. They do charge a lot for their stuff, because that mesh bracelet's like $800. They got NATOs that are $400 or $500. It's expensive. Original OC, good to see the original OC in the chat. He says, thank you for supporting Best Friends Animal Society campaign we announced yesterday. Thanks to everyone who was donated. Yeah, that was going on yesterday on the franchise club. Wish I was working and could have done a little more, but if you want to, you have to be a giving person, I believe. Giving is good. But yeah, that bracelet, so much better. Can't stress that enough. How a little bit of taper just it creates a different look and a much better feel in a lot of ways. The taper on this thing was amazing. On this Oris 60th anniversary that I tried on yesterday, that had great taper. The other one that had great taper and a really cool bracelet were these Zodiacs. This 5 link on the Zodiac I thought was nicer than the Tudor 5 link, and then it had a little bit of an expansion system where so if you don't even have to do anything, it's just got like it just has a piece on each side that'll expand a little bit if your wrist swells a little bit, which I thought was kind of cool. Thomas Burnett is in the chat. Good to see Thomas as always. He says, OC, did you reach your goal for the Best Friends Animal fundraiser? I fell asleep and missed most of the show. It was probably very late in the UK. In England. So I don't blame you for falling asleep, Thomas. I had to bow. I don't know how he goes all hours of the night on some of those streams. I don't know how long last night's was, but there have literally been times when I woke up in the morning and I fell asleep with the stream on and they're still going. That's craziness. It is absolutely insanity to be able to do that. I mean, I can do 2, 3, 4. I think the most I did was like a 7-hour show with some bathroom breaks. But what are you going to do? But yeah, so the taper on the bracelet is important. The bracelet's important in general. The look of it. Like I said, this Zodiac really shocked me. That was probably the most shocking. That was my my number 3 pick of all the things I got to play with yesterday. And it was mostly because of the bracelet. It was really, really nice. For those of you just got here, I was on at Joyce's Jewelers yesterday, playing around with some watches, talking to my buddies out there. Found out that my friend did buy a watch out there. The number 2 watch that I enjoyed the most was the two-tone Aqua Terra on the new bracelet with the comfort setting, with the black dial. They make a 38 in a red dial that is everything I've seen of it is beautiful, but this black dial is very classy. And like I said, for probably $3,000 less than the equivalent Rolex, that would be a smooth bezel with the oyster bracelet. I think it's a pretty good buy. And here's the other thing. I mentioned this the other day. If you bought a two-tone Datejust with a smooth bezel on an oyster bracelet, you know what's coming your way? Hate. Everyone's going to hate it. Everyone's going to question why you did that. Why would you do that? Why would you buy a smooth bezel oyster bracelet two-tone Datejust? You need to get a fluted bezel. You need to get the Jubilee bracelet. Everyone would hate your watch. But if you bought this Omega, everyone would love it. Nobody's going to give you any shit over that. They may give you a little shit for getting a two-tone, but people will be happy that you got what you got. You can save some money. And I don't think two-tone Datejusts are exactly breaking the bank on the secondary market. So, your loss on this watch, I'm sure you're not going to sell this to make money, but you're also going to save $1,000, $1,200, $1,500. You're going to get a deal on this watch at the beginning. So, I don't know. I think it's better movement, a better value, exhibition case back, better dial, no ugly Cyclops. It's just the way I feel. And yes, they are still accepting donations. You can hold on, OC. Let's see here. Oh, God. What am I gonna do? Ugh. OC, you can here. I just gave you the ability to drop a link. What am I thinking? Now I have 3 wrenches out in the world: America, OC, and Gen G. Thomas Burnett's gonna hate me for that. Just make him a Marco. So if you want to drop the link, OC, you are more than welcome to for our good friends at the Best Friends Animal Society. And I believe that these are for the displaced animals from the California wildfires, if I remember correctly. Seems like so long ago that I saw that stream. But yeah, uh, important. A lot of those animals are displaced and homeless now. All those people are displaced and homeless now. Yeah, it's a shame. Did Trump get them their water? He was threatening to override everyone and send the military in and turn on the water. He said, "F that smelt. We need water." Which, if it's, I don't know all the ins and outs of it, but even if half of what he's saying is true about why there's no water, that's crazy. you know, for a place that's always on fire. And the other thing is, clean up the forest. Get so the trees themselves, it takes a lot to burn a tree. Just, but what makes it easy to burn a tree is if you have like a bunch of dead wood and leaves laying all over the ground as kindling. That's what makes those things rage so bad. And you add that to you can't put water on them. Like, you know, I have a history degree. I am no scientist, but I believe that water helps to put out fires. I'm just saying. I'm just saying. OC has put the link in for direct donations to Best Friends Animal Society, benefiting dogs and cats affected by the LA wildfires. Yeah, that's what I thought it was. Yeah, good cause. I know Sherman appreciates your thing. Speaking of Sherman, we spent a little time with the Shermster yesterday. Look at that cutie. He's kind of fat. He's getting fat, but wow, he's got to be 8, 9 years old now. Poor blind guy. So when they breed them to be these double dapple piebald colors, they get a lot of birth defects, I guess. So that's what happened to Sherman's eyes. He was born with microphthalmia. That's why his eyes were so small. Like I said earlier, just glad he just never had to go through any pain and have them removed or anything. And he's a handsome bugger, and I remind him every day that he is so handsome, and he has no uh, idea how cute he is because he can't even look in the mirror. But he's adorable. Oh my goodness, Muhammad Ali, one of the most generous and good guys in the streaming world. Also, a breakfast aficionado. Although he hasn't sent me any pictures of any breakfasts he's made, but he's been out and made. I actually copied one of his breakfasts to some degree of deliciousness. 521 Taipei says they need to discover a safe asbestos roof shingles for California. Yeah, that would be a bazillionaire if he could invent that. Unless, of course, they just want the fires. Who knows? I can't answer that question. Let's see here. We've got, I have a picture of Muhammad Ali's breakfast in here somewhere. Well, so I made 2 attempts. That was attempt number 1 at Muhammad Ali's breakfast. It was so good. It looked so good. Mushrooms and eggs over toast with cream cheese. That was my second attempt at it. A little better looking. I don't know if it tasted any better, but it looked better. But I'm positive somewhere in there I have a picture of Muhammad Ali's actual breakfast. Perhaps I lied. Maybe I don't. Maybe I passed it. Didn't realize. Oh, here we go. Boom. There's Muhammad Ali's breakfast. Look at that. That is exquisite looking. But thank you for your donation, Muhammad Ali. Great to see people supporting the animals. Myself, I am down to 1 dog. and 2 cats. I think at a high, I had 4 cats and 3 dogs, 3 dachshunds, and 4 cats. 3 of them black cats. Because nobody adopts the black cats, and they're cute. And they need a home too. People are so weird and superstitious. What are you gonna do? But yeah, Muhammad Ali, he sent me a couple pictures of his breakfast. There it is with his amazing Pepsi. Again, sometimes I rag on the Rolex, but that's a beautiful watch. It doesn't mean I don't have respect for what they do. I just my thing with the Rolex is that when I look at an Explorer 2 and a Sub and a GMT and a Sea Dweller and a not all Deep Sea, the dials look the same. Like if you just focus in on on the indices and the hands, it's very much the same watch repeated over and over again. Which I don't blame you for wanting one. I don't understand the people that want multiples. Like it's like, well, what's really different? Look at another company. Look at another brand. Check them out. Do something else. But that is a beautiful watch. Very highly sought after. A little bit of a hype piece, but a beauty just the same. So congrats on that. Boom. A lot of food, a lot of watches. Jeez, I share a lot with you guys. Um, but yeah, impressed by a number of the watches I got to look at yesterday, especially some of the stuff I never really like the Zodiac. I never really played around with. A great watch. This watch, I've only ever seen it on the rubber, so actually seeing it on the bracelet was pretty impressive. 43.5 millimeter case. You see, it matches up pretty well with the Planet Ocean size wise. I believe we looked it up. It was around 2,200 retail on the bracelet, $2,000 on the rubber, which brings it in about $4,900 less retail than the Omega. Now you're obviously getting some advantages with the Omega, but I don't know. When I sit back and think about it, I'm like, is it really that much? No, I don't know. You tell me. But you'll have what you have. But I've always liked that watch, and to see it in the flesh on the bracelet was kind of cool. Good times when my buddies out at Joyce's Jewelers. I mean, I literally went out there just to look at watches and try stuff on. And again, we talked about this watch, but when I was at Watches in Switzerland, the lady wouldn't let me take a picture of it on my wrist. She got all attitudinal with me. Well, guess what? There it is on my wrist, and there it is next to my Planet. These guys are like, take all the pictures you want, And we try and spruik them a little bit because I like them. They're watch guides, and there's something to be said for that. To deal with people that are watch guides, I've done a couple trade-ins with them. They've been beyond fair with their trade values and their pricing. So yeah, if they have something that you might want to take a peek at, I recommend you at least give them a shot. I had a buddy of mine just bought a Breitling out there because again he was frustrated with. He lives right next door to the mall where the Watches of Switzerland is. He drove an hour to get it there because of the frustration in pricing. So I get it. I get it. They gave him a deal. They threw in a strap, I think. So I think he ended up with the rubber strap, the stainless mesh. It was a Super Ocean Heritage. It was one of these. Hold on. Let's go to the Breitling section. He went with the green. Beautiful watch. He's not a watch guy. You know, he reached out to me. He's like, "Hey, I saw this watch. He didn't like the people, but he liked the watch. So basically, he got that, but he got the rubber and the mesh bracelet. It's the Super Ocean Heritage B20 automatic and 46. He went with a big one. He said he wanted a big presence. He loved the green. So kudos to him. Thank you to my guys for helping him out, getting him a deal. Love that. And then they are no way a sponsor of this channel. I just like them. you know, it's no different than when we go over to other people that we like and we see. We haven't actually gone over here in a couple shows. Let's go over to Nashville Watch and see what they've got. See what came into Nashville Watch. We haven't done this in a while. Oh, we got a 39 millimeter Explorer. I like the 39 millimeter Explorer. A great watch. Love the dial on that. 2020 for $79.50. Doesn't seem outrageous. It's got all its cards and papers. 2020. Has all the links. July of 2020 card. So yeah, a little bit of warranty left. But that's just such a classic, good-looking watch. I just can't stress that part enough. But yeah, support the people that you like, that are good to you, that you've had good experiences with. It's always a good deal. Mm-hmm. 20 people watching. Jeez. Into the 20s now. We got 25 upvotes. Thanks, guys. Appreciate that. Again, the show is you. So, for those of you who don't know, might be new, I don't know. But when I started doing all those streams on the community in a row there, what I found was that I just like to deal with the chat, talk to you guys. Let's see what you guys were. What was on your mind? Oh, he's got a 40 millimeter. Got an Explorer 40 too. 8350. That's actually seems like a gray market deal. What's that watch? But it's just under 8 new, isn't it? August of 23. That's a watch that can be a one and done for a lot of people. It's just a very simple, basic layout. It's all brushed. It's beautiful. The dial. It's my favorite Rolex dial. Is the Explorer one. The 369 with the triangle is just it just really is my favorite. Cloud Ken says, thanks for the daytime streams, Mark. Hey, you're welcome. I have some time. So the job thing, there really isn't a job there yet. And they're probably a few months away, but I'm going to talk to them again today, but they want to offer me, like a sales position then we can just transfer you in when we're ready. I don't know. I'm conflicted. I'm conflicted. Mostly because of the time of the year. So February is like the worst month for car sales in Pittsburgh. It's cold and rainy and snowy and nasty, and just it's not as much traffic. So to be on the floor, they got a pretty sizable crew. I don't know, not that I doubt my abilities, I doubt my opportunities to a certain extent because of that. And it would be for the promise of a promotion in the future. That can go either way. I don't know. I don't know what to do. I am a little confused. I'm thinking of just telling them, look, I need to continue to look around for another management position, but if I was going to do something with the in just sales, just go back on the floor, I would probably wait till March. I'd probably ride out a month on unemployment and wait for the weather to start to break and we got another month of new juice into the economy. I don't know. Just seems like a way to go. McAllen Drinker says, when you and Brian co-hosted a community show, I learned a lot and made some informative trades. That's why Omega Aquaterra and Black Bay were moved on. See, there you go. We try to help. We try to help. So, like I said, anybody who has a question, I'll do my best to answer it. We'll look up the information, that kind of stuff. We'll also look at stuff. And, like when I see something that's a deal, I'll point it out. This doesn't seem like a bad deal. I have, it wasn't that long ago. These things all seem to be around, 95 to 10.5 used. So 83.50 seems like a little bit of a deal on that watch. Let's see, anything else that catches my fancy here. Got an IWC if George is listening. Well, that seems cheap for that too. That's that Bond. This is the one with the weird back. The gun barrel back, I believe, is on this one. Yeah, the spinner. The only thing I really don't like about this watch, again, you can take or leave the mesh bracelet. If you're okay with the straight bars, it's a great bracelet. It wears well, has a little bit of taper to it. It's really stout, but it does tuck underneath, so it does. You have to have the wrist for it, I think. But it's never crazy about the 60 at the top. I like a pip. My one complaint with the front: no pip. I like a pip. What do you guys think? Are you pip people? I'm a pip guy. I still got the black dial. I think that's a ceramic. Well, this doesn't seem like a bad deal either. I haven't seen Logan Hall's grill streams in there, but so this is August 24. This is his Diet Coke GMT. 4,200 doesn't seem like a bad price for that. Those were going crazy for a little bit. I always think these guys do nice deals. They have good pricing. You're not gonna negotiate with them a lot, but they come out of the box pretty strong on their pricing. And these new cases and the new clasp on the Metis Master Chronometer certified tutors are really nice. It's so much better than the old stuff. A little bit less slabby, better movement, anti-magnetic, and the T-fit clasp makes a difference. Yeah, Cloud Ken, he's with me. He prefers a pip. I prefer a pip. I'm a pip guy. What are you gonna say? What can you do? You're either into the pip or you're not. It has to be a thing. I like a good pip. I like big pips, and I cannot lie. But yeah, he's always got a pretty good selection there. We'll go over to European, look at them, see if there's anything new and exciting over there, because we haven't done that either in a while. What's going on? I think we're lacking. A lot of times we'll go look at specific things. Like George or Brian will be like, oh, go look at this one specifically. But we haven't really gone through some of the stuff. And again, these are companies that, I've never dealt with European, but everybody I know that has loves them. Nashville has been great to deal with. The Joyce's great to deal with. If it's good, that's part of what we do here when we do these live streams. We talk. We also talk about places we've had good experiences, because nobody wants to see someone get ripped off or have a bad experience or get a bad watch or You know, want to deal with the people that deal with you properly. A lot of subs. We're looking to move on to the sub market. Aquanauts, Blanc Pond. This is, oh, we looked at this one. The titanium 50 fathoms. One's only 42.5 millimeters, so it's not huge. But our friend BW just picked up not the Barracuda, not the NORAD, the mil spec. The mil spec. God, I'm not. My mouse is not working at all today. Every time I go to click share the stream, share the tab, it's not sharing. Sorry, guys. It's terrible. Terrible host. I'm a terrible host. This is what happens when I don't have a co-host. I don't have anybody on the panel. I don't have anybody to say, hey, Mark, you're not showing the screen. Where's Brian when I need him? Where's Mathis when I need him? OC, for God's sakes. Somebody stop this shit show. But yeah, that's pretty watch. No, that's a diamond pip, but a pip just the same. Like a good pip. Root beer, Guinness, Daytona, another Daytona, more Daytonas. Boy, for a watch, it's hard to come by. It seems like people just dump them. Oh, where's my watch channel when we need them? Look at what they got. 52.50 for the chronograph. 2022, so they got the new 5-day movement. Oh, geez. I'm not as crazy about the chronograph version, but that seems like a bit of a deal. So in 2022, they switched to their own in-house movement with a 5-day power reserve. I don't think it affected the water resistance on this, but on like some of the pilots' watches and the Mark 20s and stuff like that, it increased the water resistance from 60 to 100 meters. But the big thing was the power reserve. Cloud Ken says our Nashville's buy trade prices any good? Fine to sell high if they buy okay. Their trades are so. The best trades I found is the guys at Joyce's. You know, I've shopped some of the stuff around, and they always seem to beat it without me even having to complain. Barter or anything. But Nashville's their trades aren't quite as good as like those guys and some of the other ones I've heard. But their pricing is they price good out of the gate. So, yo, Mathis. Good afternoon, John D. Yeah, who doesn't love a good aqua timer? So I think it was Watches on Wood said, did we talk about the aqua timer yet? Now we have. Thanks to our good friends at European Watch Company. See if anything else catches my fancy here. Oh, the MBNF Aquapod Flying Tourbillon. Not especially one of my favorites. Thomas Brad, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, Mark?
Nothing. Hanging out, chatting about watches. Looked at a bunch of watches yesterday. What do you think of this watch, Thomas? The Hermes H08.
I like the H08. I really like it. Like it. Yeah.
It's kind of its own thing, its own look, its own.
It definitely is. I don't like that new cut that they came out with last year, the Hermes cut.
Oh yeah,
but I love this H08. I think it's really cool.
It's super cool looking. It's different. I love. I mean, all that stuff. The back and everything's great. But what I love are these numbers. It's just so cool looking. So different than anything you normally see. I like it.
Yeah, I really like it. Really, sorry, Karen. Go ahead, Mark.
How's the weather out there? We're having a thunderstorm here.
Really, it's been mild here. The rain stopped. The river's gone down. I just come back from town, done my food shopping for the weekend, and Lucha's on, so it's a bit of Lucha,
Yeah. So we've been making any fancy breakfasts to share on Instagram with everyone?
No, I'm not on Instagram. No. I don't get enough time to make fancy breakfast. It's a banana and a pint of water. That's what my personal That's what my personal trainer's been telling me to have. A banana and a pint of water.
Mathis will be upset that you're not making beans and toast.
I can't stand beans and toast. I can't stand baked beans, but I know it's a bit. Everyone loves them here, but I can't. I don't like the tomato sauce that goes with the ketchup.
John B says Hermes makes watches are kind of interesting looking. The prices not so interesting though. Yeah, they are expensive. What are they asking for this one? I forgot.
They're about. That's quite a good price. That 49.
It's a 2023 titanium 39 millimeter, only 7.66. That's why does that seem like a deal to me, Thomas? I really don't have a lot of reference. Is that a good deal? It seems like it's a good deal.
Yeah, it's a pretty good deal. I think they used to sell for about 8,000.
Yeah.
So, yeah, pretty good deal.
Treble says you must live somewhere fancy, Thomas. It's not mild here.
I don't live anywhere fancy, Treble. No. No. I want you to be. I'm going to post a link in the private chat, Mark, if you can pull it up. It's an article from Oracle Time magazine.
I don't support them. No, I'm just kidding.
So if you can pull it up, it's just tickets went on sale today for British Watchmakers Day.
Every British.
If you could stop there a second.
Yeah.
Right. So British Watchmakers Day is happening on the 8th of March, and it's held by the Alliance of British Watch and Clockmakers, and it's happening in Lindy Hall in London. So if you want to get tickets to go, anyone living in the UK, I seriously recommend you go. It's well worth going. And what happens is slow down, Mark, slow down, stop. What happens is that there's about 50 brands that are members of the Alliance of British Watch and Clockmakers, and what they do is they all come and show their wares at the British Watchmakers Day. And so you see all these British brands there. And what they do is each brand makes a limited edition watch for that day to sell on that day. And you can only buy it there. And these are the watches that the different brands have made for that day. And I just wanted to go through them with you, Mark, and see what you thought. See what you thought to them.
All right.
So,
want me to scroll now?
Yeah, we'll start with Alkin on the left.
Never heard of them.
Now, yeah, it's a special 3 edition. They're from Bristol in the UK. And then there's APR on the right.
I've heard of APR.
So they did 3D printing and different manufacturing techniques for the cage structures.
Says they're announcing a brand new core collection. Creating a 5 Gen 1B special edition with red dials. I guess that's the one on the pictures. Pretty nice looking.
So you can go down next, and then there's on the left the Bowcroft times Penfold. So
Bowcroft needs with those colors, that needs a Seamaster 300M bracelet because that's very 90s looking.
You think that Bowcroft for the brand, and Penfold is a Cambridge-based popular urban artist, and who uses geometric shapes.
Yeah.
So yeah, the next one is that one on the right is the Boken Breacher.
Oh, nice.
So Boken, another British built, and they're going to have this is going to be a GMT.
Thomas, I got a question for you first here. Who makes the movements for the Hermes? Fab du Temps?
I don't know, John D. I wouldn't know. I'd have to look that up.
And then for $150 to $250, would you recommend a glycine?
I bought one for $275, and the place to get them is what's it called? Ashford. It's the name of the shop in America.
Yeah,
it's Ashford. Yeah, they do glycine. They've knocked the prices of glycine down by about a third of the price.
Yeah,
and I got a bronze combat sub.
Okay.
But they do the air. What's it called? The air. Famous one.
The Airman?
The GMT. The Airman. That's it. Yeah.
GMT,
yeah, the GMT.
All right. What about Boken?
Boken. So the Boken is, it's British built in partnership with their Horologium program, and there's a field watch. 3 models with a GMT. They only have these teaser images, so not much to see yet. Okay. The artist is Chris Alexander, aka the dial artist, and he'll paint 3 examples ahead of a silent auction. So they're gonna. So next up, we've got Christopher Ward, and they're doing a C1 moon phase mission to Maidenhead, which is Maidenhead's a place in the UK. So they're doing a version of their moon phase, with someone holding a Union Jack on it. That's on the left. And then on the right is a brand called Clement, and that's the Monroe.
Yeah.
Say again?
I said that's a nice looking field watch.
Yeah, it's Field Row, the Monroe 2025 Concept Edition. They're releasing a 10-piece 2025 Concept Edition, so there'll be 10 of these limited edition, which gives a bronze gilt dial. The places a great emphasis on Art Deco style, they say.
Yeah.
And so next down we have Duckworth Prestex on the left. Now Neil Duckworth was responsible for bringing Tag Heuer to the UK. And back in the 90s, I think in the 90s or before, just before
that dial.
No, it's a bit of one of these rainbow dials. I wish they'd do away with this rainbow fad, to be honest with you. And I'm not a fan of that, like the Zenith Diamond rainbow watch, the Daytona with the rainbow, bejeweled rainbows. I'm not a fan of any of these rainbow watches. I mean, Hublot in them, but this has got a rainbow numerals by the looks of it. Well, it's got a red number 12, and the others are blue. The hands seem to be so it's red, white, and blue. So it's going for that red, white, and blue look.
Red, white, blue, and gold.
Yeah, and gold hands. So yeah, I mean, it's a bit Marmite, a bit take it or leave it. Elliot Brown on the left. They make the watches for the Special Boat Service, which is the military, and this one's on their Holton Auto GMT. So the Holton they make for the SBS.
I think I'd rather have a Glycine Airman.
Yeah, fair enough. But I mean, they're not much. They're making 10 of these limited edition ones. So most brands are making about 10 or 20 of them.
Just for the event.
Yeah, just the event. Then below that we have Fairer with the salmon dial Aurora 36mm. quite a nice watch, really.
I very much
I'm a fan of Fairer. I like all the different colours and
else.
yeah, it's a copper salmon dial layout, so almost a hybrid between a sector dial dress watch and a practical Flieger pilot's watch. They say.
Yeah.
And then on the right, there's the Fears Brunswick Jump Hour. So they're calling this the Edwardian edition.
I like Fears. I'm not crazy about jump hours myself, but I do like Fears.
I like Fears. I like the Brunswick. I like the Jump Hour, and I liked before a couple of years ago they did a red dial version of this, and it was beautiful. Okay. It was really nice. It was really nice, but.
Treble
this is a bit
watches. Yeah, I agree there, Treble.
He says what?
He said that Fairer makes cool watches.
Yeah, they do. Nice.
Yeah, Fears. Really I like a lot of what they do. This, meh, I'm not crazy about it. But I'm not a jump hour guy. I'm much more traditional. How about Gekota?
Gekota, yeah, special edition in lapis lazuli blue. So
got a British flag on the bottom underneath limited edition.
Yeah, it's got the Union Jack stuff just right at the bottom in gold, right at the bottom at 6 o'clock. It's only using a Seiko NH35. I mean, a lot of these watches will be expensive.
Yeah.
They'll be affordable. So they've gone for a lapis blue colorway. I don't think it's actually lapis lazuli stone.
No, it's the color.
So it's quite nice. It's quite nice. It's not offensive.
Mm-hmm.
The other brand is Golby, but they haven't come out with any pictures yet of their watch.
Do you want to look at their website real quick?
Yeah, you can do.
Do you know anything about them?
No. Don't know Golby.
I really don't. Huh? I mean, they appear to be watches.
Look like Jack Mason, don't they?
Yeah. It looks like much more about the colors. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
Looking like this is pretty cool looking. This with the orange rehunt. Oh, geez, what the hell? That's kind of cool looking.
How much is that?
329 pounds.
I mean, there you go. That'll be the kind of price they'll be going for. So, very accessible, the watches of this show. Very accessible.
That's the Aqua Reef Automatic. What does that top crown do? Can you move the rehunt with that?
It's probably for the internal bezel.
Cool. That's neat. So yeah, this Golby makes kind of standard dive watches in interesting colors and dial patterns, I would say. All right. Well, let's go back to the British Watchmaker show.
So the next one, Isotope. I've got an Isotope. I really like it. I love it. But these ones with the Union Jack on, I'm not too taken by. One's cloisonné and one's micro marquetry. So there's a lot of skill going into it. But the design...
So here's the thing. If you're Mathis, you want to wear this while you're eating your beans and toast.
Exactly. There you go, Mathis. This is for you.
This is your watch.
This is your watch.
Real quick, shout out to Kevin for his donation to Best Friend.
Yeah. And shout out to Curly and Elsie yet again.
Yes.
Shout out to them for big shout out and big love from me for the efforts they put in for raising money for my fund, GoFundMe. But yeah, doing good work again. Lots of love, lots of good stuff coming from them.
He is the master manipulator of charity, that OC is.
Yeah.
terrible.
doing good stuff for all those animals that were hurt in the wildfires in LA. Horrible. I mean, people wouldn't have had time to get their pets. A lot of people would
A lot of
they? I
people
mean,
couldn't get their pets; they had to be rescued.
no,
A lot of people are staying places that they can't keep their pets. I mean, there's
exactly. So it's a great charity. That please, if you can afford the price of a pint or the price of a cup of coffee, price of a beer. It's Friday night. Just forgo one of your pints of beer and just donate $5.
Treble
It goes a long way.
Treble says, "Just say it, Thomas. The isotope is ugly."
This one is, I mean, there's two different ones. Marquetry, which is wood, and Cloisonné, which is metal and enamel.
I think I like it better than that Marlowe.
Yeah, the Marlowe is the yellow one with the yellow strap and the Tiffany blue dial, which is they're calling it the Mora 310, a decade in time. Got white ceramic bezel.
It's the flags of Sweden and the Isle of Skye in Scotland is where they got their colors.
Yeah, got those colors from. Next up, we got the Monroe Moa BWD. Monroe Adventure on the left. British Watchmakers Day edition. They describe that it will be won by a lucky visitor who registers with them throughout the day. It's a patriotic red, white, and blue rendition of their core model, and with a signature handset. Yeah. And on the right, Mr. Jones, who are well known for doing wacky dials and different time-telling techniques.
Yes.
Different jump hour type techniques and the ricochet pinball one. They did the time meter with the monster on. Cool. I had a time meter, but I never wore it, so I sold it. But they're not expensive.
No, but Higgins is calling you out. He says the fact that Thomas falls asleep during your show warned a lifelong banning.
Oh, Jonathan, no. It was about 3:30 in the morning, and I woke up with my phone in my hand at about 7 in the morning with the bedside light still on.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they weren't still going. Treble says, I'm not having any watch that's described as zany.
Yeah, well, it's got an SW200 in it, and zany design of the Kausifi. Put it.
That looks like it's hard to tell time on.
So next up, Nomadic on the left, made in Belfast.
Classic design.
Belfast, Ireland. They're starting to look a bit Pepsi-ish, that one, isn't it? It's British Watchmakers Day limited edition. Just a GMT with 24 bezel. And then the one on the right is Olivia Malin, PES Special Edition. And Olivia Malin's is the first to be assembled in the UK. Starting to inquire his production process.
At the bottom of that watch, it says Swiss automatic, not Swiss made. So I guess they're importing the movement and assembling them.
And the 12 o'clock indices is a Union Jack flag. So that is sort of a nod to the British Watchmakers Day. Next we have Omologato Arnage on the right, which looks like a Bell & Ross BR05.
Yeah.
24-hour GMT Rouge, it's called. So GMT. Yeah, I mean, limited edition version, using a Miota movement rather than a quartz. Looks just too Bell and Rossage for me. But on the right, there's
Excuses.
Jonathan.
Brian wants to know. He's like, "What the hell, Mark? Are you trying to replace me like Tickers did?"
On the right, we've got Pinion. Now they're a quality brand, actually, quality British brand, Pinion. But there's the Pinion Neutron Violet. I'm not a fan of this purple color. A lot of people are saying is purple going to be the next green in dial colors. And I hope not.
I like big watches, Thomas, and that would be a whole lot of purple on my wrist.
Yeah, I mean, it's
Roth C, good to see you. He's just checking in. You haven't missed anything. Garbage. This show has been garbage. OC says the franchise club streams tend to start late. No shame if nodding off or watching on the replay.
Yeah, I'll catch up the replay. Yeah.
Is upvote number 27. So we need to at least get to 30, guys. For Lord's sakes, Thomas Burnett's here. He's the nicest man in the YouTube universe.
Thick and Mark.
Show him love.
Next time we have Pompeek Smoked Red Gentleman's Edition, which is a most popular collection, and
it's good looking.
It's got a sort of open heart sort of look, with a small seconds.
I like the dial. I like the mountain peaks at 12.
I mean, it's a sort of fume style red. And then next to it, Schofield Watch Company. They're only showing the back of their watch. It's called the Schofield Guffey B6 Deep Blue, Shallow Green, and Sea Change.
Okay.
So we're not going to see the full image of that. Next is an Irish brand on the left called Siderius, run by a friend of mine called Brian Leach. Okay. I've got one of these watches, and this is the watch I've got on what I think is Brian describes as a tweed strap. No, I think it's someone else who goes, well, it is a tweed strap. It's a Irish Magon tweed strap.
Okay.
A lot of people tend to hate on it.
Is it itchy? Butter?
No, it isn't itchy. No, it isn't itchy. No. But he's called this a Siderius Gordon Bennett. Comes in British Racing Green. There was first used to the Gordon Bennett Cup, which was hosted in Ireland, hence the Shamrock Shade. But Gordon Bennett's a bit of a swear word in England. An alternative, it's a nice version, toned down version of a swear word. And it doesn't have anything really to do with this watch, but it's a bit of a PR line. And next to it, there's the Studio Fears and Studio Underdog collaboration of the Gimlet. Now, the Gimlet's a cocktail. There was Nicholas Bowman-Scargill was saying that he ordered a Gimlet when he was having a drink with Richard Benck from Studio Underdog, while Richard was showing him the O2 model field watch in 2022, and that's where he first got the idea. That's where they first had the idea to do this collaboration.
Thomas, why those stupid screws on the dial?
Yeah, I mean, some people have called them nipples.
I hate them.
Yeah, I'm not too much a fan of them, but apparently they're for necessity, not just a design. I was talking to JQH, and he was saying that it's the only way that the glass can be actually the layers of glass can be actually fixed together.
Lunch about
And lunch betting. It's the only way that the glass can be fixed together. The layers of glass can be fixed together. They can't be stuck together. Bits of glass. They can't have glue on them. There's a couple of layers of glass, different colors.
Well, so they go back to the drawing board on that.
Yeah. Next, Vertex, your favorite brand?
I love Vertex. What is that one? I never heard of the M60. Is that the special for the
Taormina? So they say that it's a well-loved freediving location in Sicily, Taormina.
Yeah, and like a blue sea lion.
So it's a 600-meter water-resistant diver. This one.
So is this
British Watchmakers Day exclusive. Would you go for that Vertex, Mark?
Well, I'd go for the M100A, but I don't dislike this watch.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Zero West aren't showing their watch yet, so we haven't got any pictures of that.
So we don't have to be bothered with that cumbersomeness.
And that's it. So just a few watches. Just a few watches. Have you got a favorite out of those? Have you got a favorite out of any of those?
Saturday, March 8th. I wanted to get up and see it shows the date again. I think out of everything that we saw, I like this Clements, the Monroe 2025 concept. That's a classic looking field watch with a little bit of, panache to it. And I liked, where was the other one? What was the other one I liked? There wasn't those. I liked, this Irish one, this Siderius.
Yeah, Siderius, yeah.
I thought that was a good look. I like that handset. I like that dial. I like the different depths. There's a lot going on there. There's a lot to look at to make me interested in looking at the dial.
Yeah, nice. So there you go. A little roundup of some of the special edition, limited edition watches that will be made for British Watchmakers Day. So
absolutely.
Get there if you can.
Rolf says, hello, Thomas. Are these only Great Britain watches? This moment, not yet a fan of these watches. Sorry. All right.
Yeah, Raf. They're all British companies. So these watches, all made by British companies who are going to be exhibiting at British Watchmakers Day.
John D reminds us that 600 meters of water resistance is serious business. From Vertex. I love it. The Fair is, that's why I didn't even look at the Fair. I like the Fair treble, but at 36 millimeters, automatically out in my book. 521 Taipei says, what's your thoughts on the new Christopher Ward Snake watch, Thomas?
Snake was a classic game, wasn't it? He used to have it on old mobile phones and stuff, but I think the color is far too in your face. It's the Christopher Ward Snake one. It's I like Second. I think he's being rinsed out a bit too much. He's doing too many collaborations, and yeah, he's starting to get a bit boring. It's an 8-bit sort of cartoon.
Wow. You have that double flag imprint on the dial, the double flag logo, and then you have that block snake. That's a lot.
Yeah. I like the double flag imprint on the dial.
I like
that. I like that sort of sieve. That sort of sieve, sort of. It's like a sieve,
Yeah.
Get a.
That's a little harsh.
But the snake is a bit. It's okay, the snake, but the bright green is just too much.
Yeah, it's like Taipei says. It's hold on. Horace Kermit Green.
Yeah. It's sort of like that, going for that.
Treble is not a fan of that one either.
What did you think to the Christopher Ward, the Farah and Studio Underdog collaboration? Because they're making 200 of those.
Yeah, I wasn't a big.
You don't like the screws on it.
No, I just get no. I don't. I don't like them on the Studio Underdog with the O2. I don't care for them.
Yeah.
Rob says, "Okay, thanks, Thomas, and wish you success with your channel." Yeah,
Thanks, Rob.
Every other Saturday, the Escapement Show. Check it out. I really like the Zinyu one. Reminds me of the board game Battleship. Yeah, I can see that as well.
With the hands. Yeah.
I think it's a good move. Only offering the Snake CW for a couple weeks time. Yeah, you didn't want that.
You're probably right, Ken. Yeah.
Looks like the Snake game on my old Nokia phone. Yeah, that's what it's.
Yeah.
That's the idea. I believe that was the idea. But yeah, not a big fan of that watch. I like the 12. You know, like since we're over here, we might as well just go look at one. In general, I think that this is a beautiful watch for the money.
Do you like the Fume ones more? Are they the titanium ones? The ones
love
that were just below it.
Yeah, I like those too, but I love this
ice blue dial. Yeah,
that's one that always catches my eye. But the Fumes, this one here, the Fume Blue
Astral titanium.
Yeah. Now, one of the interesting things when you get the titanium 12, you get the chronometer grade movement. So you only get the regular Solita in the stainless steel, but in the titanium. So that's one of the reasons. So you have the material. So this one's $18.95, the way it's on the bracelet, and the regular one is $12.25. But you're picking up titanium and a chronometer grade movement for your money.
Is that overdoing it? Do you think that Fume dial is that a bit too busy?
Well,
with black as well as blue, and
it is because you have all that imprint, and then it fades into it's a lot. There is a lot going on there.
Yeah.
It's not horrible, but it's busy. Yeah, I prefer, my favorite is always been the ice blue one, and then the gray. Here it is. This basalt gray one, I always thought was just, tones it down a little bit and just makes it, it's a pretty watch. It did a nice job.
The ice blue and this gray look more like Chapex, don't they?
Oh my God, yeah. 100%.
Much more like Chapex, which is where the design came from.
Treble says it's a lot nicer looking than that bloody snake thing. Great dial, yeah. These are great dials. It's actually it's a nice watch. They did a really nice job with that new Dune series is nice too. Hold on.
Oh, those with the wave dials. Yeah,
they're small, but they're I don't know, what is that under.
Is it Aurora? Are they the Auroras? There you go, just on the bottom right. Bottom right.
38 millimeter Sandow. It's cool.
I really like that.
Yeah.
So a lot of people have done the wave dial, so haven't they? It started off with Omega with the Seamaster, the Bond Seamaster, and Seiko have done it. So with their turtles,
Grand Seiko's done some. Tag Horror, their new Aqua Racers have the wave dial.
Taco and the new Aqua Racers got wave dial.
They switched from the teak deck to the wave. They're just following all the Omega trends.
It seems to be a new trend, doesn't it? Yeah.
I mean, for $1,000, it's a nice watch. You know,
I like it. I really like this wave pan. This particular
I
wave pan.
I think it's actually supposed to be waves of sand.
It is like dunes, yeah. But I really like this pan more than the Omega Seamaster or the Aqua Racer.
Oh, you're not a fan of the 12 bracelets? I think the 12 bracelet's fine. It's like a little bit nicer PRX bracelet. So I'll pick the bronze dune on bracelet, but it's not on the site. Yeah, I don't see the bronze on the bracelet, Cloud Ken. Let's look up the bronze. Let's do this and see if we can switch. No, well, you just different leathers. Doesn't give you the option for a bracelet there. I don't know about a bronze bracelet. I'm worried about a bronze watch in general, just making my skin turn green. I don't know about a bracelet as well.
I guess if it has a steel back or titanium back or something, it's not so bad.
I don't see. So this is the dune that I remember when they were released right here, the GMT. Now this didn't have the wave pattern, but I thought that was a nice looking watch too when they released it. It's just the 38 millimeter didn't interest me.
It's a very plain looking field watch. Look, doesn't it? Yeah.
But you get your GMT function, and that watch is $1,100, you know. But no, I don't see any bronze with the bracelet either. No.
Do you like the moon phase more than the 12?
No.
No.
More.
I think I do.
I don't hate the moon phase. It's not for me. You know, I'm a more sporty guy than a dress watch guy. I like the aventurine dial. I think it's cool that they did it. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't begrudge them for doing it.
I like that they're venturing into different things rather than just sports watches. You know.
Cog Ken says, I think the dune would look cool on patina bronze. Very nice. Dingo says, Lucha, don't sweat the small stuff. Grab a bronzy. I have a bronze Zelos, and it's a rip snorter. It reminds us that we're still one upvote short of our 30. What's up with that, guys?
I'll give you one.
Taipei says, it's difficult to return a Christopher Ward. Is it difficult to return a Christopher Ward? I've always wanted to try on, and they advertised 68. I've never heard that it was hard to return. I don't know if there's any kind of like restocking fee or anything, though. I'm not sure.
So you got 30. You got 30 likes now, Mark.
Ah, thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Have you ever returned a Christopher Ward? Do you know what that's?
I've never bought a Christopher Ward. I don't really buy into the brand, to be honest with you. I don't,
not even the Bel Canto. Treble does not love
the Bel Canto. I feel with Christopher Ward, they started off as a homage brand.
Yeah.
Then the Bel Canto took them stratospheric into, launched them into another stratosphere because it was a real quirky. It was the equivalent of the sort of, I don't know. It was like a quirky watch that you could own from a really highly respectable brand.
Yeah.
For a small amount of money, a bit like the Mad One or that.
Yeah.
Grown, but it was a small independent brand. It was, it wasn't that started doing homages. It wasn't some high horology brand,
right?
But it did amazingly for them. The people still wait lists for the 12, and it's a really interesting watch. But I don't know whether I'd want an hour watch chiming every hour. I mean,
I don't need
this
extra noise.
this new Lumiere I really like. To be honest with you, I think it looks great. It's like a it's been said before. It's like a Pelagos sort of contender. I really like it. It's matte black. It's matte black dial, and the hand, that sort of triangular hand, is becoming a signature of Christopher Ward.
Yes.
Um,
This one, the Luminaire or whatever it's called, with the block loom indices, has been getting a lot of press lately. I see this everywhere.
It's a nice watch. I like it. I really like that.
Dingo Dave says that James Hess returned one. Not sure it was an issue. Yeah, I don't remember. I've never heard anybody complaining about the return policy. Don't really know.
I mean, they do this in Doxa Orange style, don't they? They do it in I think a couple of other colorways.
Yeah, the kind of standard black is, I think, the
blue, Tiffany blue, Doxa Orange. That's really cool, the Doxa Orange.
Yeah, but it glows like crazy.
Yeah, raised up batons.
It's like the M100A.
Yeah.
The block loom. I think they do some interesting things. Let's see. John D says Christopher Ward stepped into the entry level price segment with something straightforward and didn't pretend to commandeer some fake history or a story of a crashing plane in a farm field. Yes, they just said, "Hey, here's some watches. Here's how we're pricing them." You know.
And they're making their own movements now. You know, the SH12, I believe it is, which is in their skeletonized 12 model. But it's a lot of money. It's out of their ballpark, really.
I like Chinese watches, but the looks of the Belcanto aren't my cup of tea. But happy they made the watch at that price point.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, it's you have to like it. It's not my cup of tea either. But you guys know I like free hands. I don't even need a date.
Yeah, I like the chiming watch. It's a novel idea, and I think if you've got if you've got a medium collection of or small collection of medium priced watches or lower priced watches, you collect lower tier watches, micro brands.
Yeah,
and I think something like the Belcanto is a great addition.
100%. C60 is a nice watch. It's a classic diver. The compressor, these were actually super compressors. Let's pull one of these up. 1675.
It's an interesting one, this, wasn't it? With the depth rating on the dial, the depth rating for you.
What's really interesting about it is it is a legit super compressor.
Yeah.
It's not a homage to the super compressor watches. This one actually works.
Yeah.
The way that the originals were designed. But yeah, you have to like it. They made other variations of that in the past. That's all their new stuff. Yeah, I don't think they do a bad job with their stuff, Yeah, the block loom is cool. But I prefer it on the Vertex, obviously.
Yeah, I've had a block loom on really cheap micro brands, and it's been amazing. It's been the main attraction to the watch. It's just absolutely glow in the dark clean.
Yeah, I agree with John D. Yeah, I have no issues if someone owned one of these Christopher Wards. The more I look at them, the more I appreciate them for being different and not gimmick driven. Yeah.
Yeah,
I said I always
yeah.
when they first did these super compressors a few years ago, I was shocked that they actually were a legit super compressor. Like that somebody actually took the time to do that. Because when you look at the Legend Divers and the Polaris and all the other ones that are out there, they just look like a super compressor. They have an internal rotating bezel, but they're not actually a super compressor.
Mm.
So that was cool they could do that. Dingo says, I do like the brand Christopher Ward. Good on them. I think I just, for the price, I think they do some interesting things. You could do a lot worse than a Christopher Ward. I'd much rather see somebody wearing this than a Apple Watch. You know,
Oh yeah, absolutely, absolutely.
I get tired of seeing, when you go to the store and you see 50 Apple Watches. I'm just bored with it. These C60s, I own that C60 hashtag Tide Watch. That was a really a nice solid piece for I think it was $1,100. You know, had a great bracelet, great micro adjust system in it, and it had it was pretty much everything you'd want in just a watch. It wasn't anything special. Yeah, I mean, it was special because the dial loomed, but it wasn't like a like exotic movement or anything like that. But it just was what it was. It was just fine. But
Mm.
these block loom ones, these Lumieres, these are cool. The Dune, I think is a cool design. I think you get a lot for your money. I think there. It's sort of like when I was talking about the Zodiacs. I was shocked at how nice the Zodiacs were. At fairly inexpensive, or like an Oris. You're in that kind of range. I'd much rather see someone wearing one of these watches, or an Oris, or a Zodiac, than a Apple Watch or a Fitbit.
I mean, Ralph sees Antwerp saying for this price he'd buy a Tissot instead. Fair
I
enough. I mean,
actually like the 12 better. I've owned a couple of the PRXs, and they're nice. They're fine. They are what they are. I just think there is a difference when you go to the 12. There a little bit of the craftsmanship is better. I think the case is better. I like the dial a little more. It's a little more interesting. Um,
the trouble's having a dig because they sponsor Everton Football Club.
oh boy, losing
That's
points.
that's marketing. That's marketing. Hey, you know, it costs more to sponsor Man City.
Ralph, what if you already have a Tissot, Seiko Citizen, etc.? Yeah, I see. I'm like trouble. I see them similar to Oris, Tissot,
Yeah, I guess.
Certina,
Yeah,
those kind of watches.
the
But
ballpark.
watches are expensive. Even
They
$1,000
are.
is expensive.
Yeah, but I think that's they're covering that segment well. I think they're bringing enough variety now. They've moved away from the homage sort of genre, and they're now
Well, they're building.
they've got their own identity now, and they're bringing out new designs, and
Would have been
they're
very easy just for them to just keep chugging out those homage watches. So
yeah.
it's a little, not a huge risk, but a little bit of a risk to do some of the things they've done, and I think they made it. It makes sense. Julius Caesar says he thinks that the Christopher Ward founder is an Everton fan, so it makes sense.
Oh, we've got Brian chiming in here.
One reason Christopher Ward is better. Tissot is a Swatch Group shitter, but a nice one.
Oh. I don't. He must have had a bad experience with some Swatch Group brands from our Brian.
We had a problem with, I think it was Blog Pond service.
Right. Okay. Yeah, I'm a big fan of reggae. But hey, they're SWAT group now, so what can you do?
Yeah, I'm an Omega guy. I'm a coaxial escapement guy. You know, I am what I am.
Yeah,
Wallace. I am what I am.
yeah.
Oh, Brian, you've come around a little. It seems starting to soften. I knew you had a heart. I knew it. Haven't had any problems with Longines and Omega. Yeah, me either. I've had a number of both. I think Longines criminally underrated. A lot of watches that are maybe just a tick above price wise what these Christopher Ward and Oris's
Yeah,
are. Amazing brand.
they've gone. They seem to be a little bit too expensive now.
Yeah,
Jeans. They need to. I feel they've moved out of their lane and
yeah.
up a bit.
I think,
A couple of years ago, they were on a total winning streak when they brought out all the heritage line, the military, the heritage big eye, the heritage. Which of this were there? They brought out Sector Dial, I think. Was
yeah,
it Sector Dial?
yeah. Sector Dial, the Heritage Sector Dial. They've done a lot of great watches. It started with the Legend Diver. That was, and they just started looking back into their catalog and doing some interesting stuff.
Yeah. They got such a heritage, so Longines. They've got a massive history of being such a great watchmaker.
The oldest hoojigger trademark in watches is the winged hourglass. But I will say this: way too many watches, way too many collections. What's their year? Their year of the snake looks just kind of plain. Looks like a Aquaterra. Hold on.
It looks just like the year of the Dragon watch they made last year.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I am a huge fan, and we know of. I love the Legend Divers. I'm not crazy. I love this new one. I wish they made this new one in the 42 like the other, because I love the changes that they made to the dial and stuff. But I am a huge fan of the 42 millimeter. Holy crap. Not that one. Where is it? I like the Hydra Conquest too.
Not a fan of the Hydra Conquest, but apparently it's really big in Asia.
Yeah.
The Asian market love
Underrated watch. I'm just gonna put one of these 39s because they're not showing the 42.
The Spirit Zulu Time, that's a great one. That's
just such a good watch. It's just such a good watch.
Yeah.
Just beautiful dials, great function. And like I said, so people give them crap because they're ETA movements, but the ETA movements for Longines are proprietary. So they're not used in all the other. They don't sell them to other brands. They're exclusive to Longines. They're actually put together by Longines at the Longines factory. And this is the L3.8024.
I believe it's got those 5 stars on because they certify them. That's something to do with who certifies them.
Yeah,
not cost or Metis, but
yeah.
someone else who certifies them puts 5 stars on.
Let's see. Longines is the IWC of the Swatch Group. There you go. And, John D says, do you think the SW200-1 in the CW is better, worse, same as the H80 in the Tissot PRX? I think it's better.
Yeah, probably better.
I think that those Powermatic 80s are modular.
the Parramatta Katies are full of plastic, and they're not as repairable as the throwaway movements when it comes to repairing.
Whereas an SW200, Salida and Edda movement, you can have that watch forever and always get it repaired. Julius Caesar is wearing his Zulu time right now. Good on you. Which colorway?
Nice.
Which colorway do you have, Julius Caesar? It's a great watch. Aces Lonzies has variety, but it's not redundant like 50 million Speedy references. I get that. It's just a lot. It's a lot. There's a lot of watches to look at. Like if I would hate to be a Longines dealer and trying to decide what to keep in the case. Green bezel, blacked out. That's the best one. That's my brother has it. But
yeah, that's one I like. That's one I like too. Over this blue one.
The 5 stars relates to an old Longines Admiral watch from the 50s.
Right, is that what it is, Julius Caesar? Right.
Yeah. But yeah, you're getting the chronometer grade Edda movement in these. You get the quick set hour hand, so it's a true GMT. You get the dial is amazing on these watches. It really, we talked about last time you were on, Thomas. I'm a big fan of this watch.
Yeah. Great watch.
Oh, we tried on the new Carbon Ultrachron. It's pretty nice. Be better at a good discount though. Damn, I'm so cheap. I'm not such a fan of the Carbon, but the Ultrachron in general, I freaking love the Ultrachron.
Yeah, I really like the Ultrachron. Really nice watch. I know someone who's went and bought a vintage one for the same price as the new reissue.
Yeah,
because he preferred the original look. But the Carbon I'd really like to see, although it's ridiculously priced. It's even more expensive than the steel one.
Again, these watch websites stink.
They're just taking their time.
Seriously, what the heck? There it is. Yeah, the Ultrachron, high beat movement, cool case, cool bracelet. I'm not crazy about the Carbon one on the strap, but I'm not a strap guy. I'm much more of a bracelet guy, which probably explains a lot of that. But just a nice, just a cool looking reissue, really faithful reissue to the original. You know, looks a lot like the original Ultrachrons. And I'm a sucker for accuracy and a high beat movement. Julius Caesar says people forget that Longines has had influence on Edda movement since the 70s after they were forced to stop making in-house movement. Yeah. And they do a lot of their own stuff. I remember I think it was a Teddy Baldessar video where he showed them tweaking those movements. John D would love to see Mega distill their volume of options down by a good bit and only offer a truly limited item annually in truly limited runs, like 250 or under. Yeah, they do limited the way that Seiko does. Thousands. Even the CK859 was a numbered edition. They never advertised it or anything. It came out as a numbered edition, not limited, but they only ran it for like 4 months. And then they stopped making them. They made around 3,000 of them. As best I've been able to parse. But Treble says the Carbon's on. Let me see if they have the Carbon one on there. I prefer the stainless, mainly because I prefer the bracelet.
Yeah.
Oh, God, their website's terrible. Doesn't stop the live chat.
Brian's cursed the website.
Yes, he has. Let's see. Oh, my Lord. Dear Lord, what the hell? Like, all right, here it is. 4,900 versus 3,600 for the stainless on the bracelet.
Yeah. Let's have a look at it.
Well, if it'll let me, Thomas, I'm going to try. But this is a terrible website. Terrible, terrible, terrible. Start closing out some windows. Maybe that'll help. No.
Brian's saying their website is as good as their customer service. Ooh, you got a bit of chip on your shoulder about them, haven't you, Brian?
So there it is. The Ultracron in carbon.
That's cool. I like it. Yeah.
It's cool. I don't know that the carbon look with the swirls.
Would you go for one of these, or would you go for a black bay carbon? Would you go for a Tudor black bay carbon?
Oh no! If I was going to get a carbon watch, let's see if the chat knows which carbon watch I would buy. Dear chat, do you know which carbon watch I would buy above any other? Do you guys remember? Is your memory that long?
I'm just talking price wise. I mean, this is about the same price as a Tudor carbon. But
there is one carbon watch.
You probably got for an Omega Seamaster or something, or
it is not the Ulysse Nardin Freak X.
Panerai?
One is not a Panerai.
Go on, Mark. Put us out of misery.
You guys want to be put out of your misery? Hold on, let me see. JLC, no. Aqua Timer, no. I have not ever had a carbon watch, Dingo Dave. But there is one that I look at every time I see it. I looked at it. I did not take a picture of it yesterday, but I did look at it. It is
the limited edition.
I love this watch.
This is a collaboration with someone, wasn't it? It's
Olsen, the people who run the planes that put out the fires.
Right.
Carbon 3D printed case.
I really like it.
It's so cool, but it's so expensive. It's $5,000, $49.50.
Right.
I would take this over the Ultracron any day. One of the reasons that I like this carbon one more than some of the other carbon ones you see, it doesn't, although it has a little bit of pattern to in it, it's not discolored. It's not multicolored carbon. It looks black. Treble says, "Oh, I forgot that was carbon. I like that one. Yeah, that's one of my favorite watches to look at. I just think it's so good looking.
It's cool, isn't it? Really nice. Really nice. I like the way it fades from bright red at the bottom to dark at the top.
Yeah, the idea is that when they're in the planes, there's the Colson limited edition. So the Colson is the company that runs those planes that carry all the water to put out forest fires and stuff.
Right. Okay.
So the idea is that when you're, and this isn't even a great picture of it, because it is a little more gradient than it looks in this picture, but it's the looking down on the fires.
How many sorry, Mark, how many pieces is it limited to, do you know?
1,000.
1,000, right. Okay.
Yeah, it's really cool in person. Dingo, why do you have to be a contrarian? He says, I take the Ultracron. I wish would feel on fire with the Oris. It's so good looking. It really is. I can't let me see if I can find better images of the dang thing. But they don't have any on there. Hold on. I'll find one.
Yeah, really nice on that, Mark. Really good pick. I'm going to have to go for dinner now, I'm afraid.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on there, Thomas.
Yeah, so it's good.
All right. See how much more gradient. This is a Hodinkee article, but see, it's much more gradient in the dial.
Yeah.
and it's just got the
It's,
applied Arabics on that gradient
looks
red
awesome.
tile, and it's just look at that. There you
Looks
go.
awesome. Looks awesome. Love it.
That's my favorite carbon watch.
Yeah. Looks great.
Boom. Lucha for the win.
Do you think they'll come down in price on the secondary?
Yeah, you can get them in the threes now.
Really?
Yeah. I think 1916 had one. They were asking like around $4,000 for it, but then they had like a deal on eBay that it was down around 35. I saw that. I think it was 2022 or 2023 that it was made. But the interesting thing, they made 1,000 of them. It's a limited edition, but every time most Oris dealers, ADs you go to have one because nobody's willing to pay. Nobody's willing to pay $5,000 for it.
Yeah.
But it's a stunning watch in person. And if it was carbon, and you said you could have the Ultracon, like or this, I would definitely take this.
Okay, Dingo Dave, enjoy breakfast, my friend, and take care, everyone. Peace out, Mark.
Thomas, thanks for coming by. I appreciate you.
And don't forget, support OC's link for the animals who didn't survive the fires or can't find it. Homeless animals. Homeless animals. Yeah, it's a great charity, great cause. That. Good. Okay, my friend. I'll see everyone later on. Take care.
All right, see you, Thomas. Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Burnett. How lucky are we to have the guests that we get on these shows? In all seriousness. But I'm still not spending that much on it. Yeah. $5,000 for an Oris just doesn't. Yeah, it just doesn't. It just doesn't. Thomas, it's nearly bricky time here. Enjoy your dinner. Not the tutor. That Oris does look like it has some flair. Yeah, it's a cool watch. It really is. And in person, it's really an impressive piece. I just can't justify the money for it. Let's see if they still have. Hold on. If they still have it and what they've done with the price on it. Let's head on over to our good friends at the Watchbox 1916 company. I still can't get used to saying Watchbox, but they actually have a lot of Oris watches, which surprised me. It looks like it's still there. $39.50 still on the website. But a stunning watch in person. I can't take anything away from it. But again, this is one of those caliber 400 deals with the in-house movement. So it's automatically $2,000 more than a normal one. And that just to me doesn't make a lot of sense. But if I wanted to add something with a little bit of flair to the collection that was different, that you're not going to see everywhere, that's a really cool watch. It's 3D printed case, carbon, and I believe there's a little titanium in it as well. I don't know if they have anything on there. Description. Carbon deployment buckle, red dome, black textile strap. Doesn't really say. See additional details. Arabic markers, deployment buckle, and really doesn't get into the history of it or much. I think there's a little bit of titanium, like maybe on the case back is titanium. But slick as shit. Just slick as shit. But that would be my carbon watch of choice. Trouble says, I like the old Diver 65 for the money. That watch is cool. It's $2,500. Boom. It's cool. It's a cool watch. Very retro. Very, very interesting. It's an interesting watch. Like I said, great taper on the bracelet. Much lighter than I thought it would be. Nice bezel action. It was just a nice watch. It's got the crown is big, so it's almost like a big Crown Pro Pilot crown. No, I've never owned a carbon watch. I don't. Does that make a carbon fiber watch? I don't know. I know they do a lot of materials and ceramics and stuff, but yeah, I've never had a carbon watch. No carbon for the Lucha. But yeah, that Diver 65 60th anniversary. Nice watch. But not even my favorite Oris that I saw at the store. That would have been this Aquas. These pictures did not come out well. But this relief bezel Aquas date took my heart. Be still my heart. 43.5 millimeter case. Oh, this is a new one. They just came out with a new one, Treble. I literally was just released. Right there. There you have it. It's a brandy new re-release from Oris. This is the watch that I tried on at the Watches of Switzerland, and when I went to take a picture of it on my wrist, the lady got all spastic with me. She was not a fan of me taking a photo of the watch. Yours has a date at 6. All right. Yeah, there's no date on this one. And the writing's different. They also did one for Topper Jewelers. You see those out there too. So let's see. Hold on. Let me see if I can find one of those. Horace. The Topper limited edition. Boom. So Topper Jewelers had one. Now it was white. They didn't have the gilt. It had a red tip on the second hand. It was very similar, to that. I think they made me 2021 maybe. But boom. Cool advertising. And it had a little orange in the pip. Yeah, orange on the second hand, orange on the pip. White Arabics. Another watch I want to see. I already know I won't buy it though. It's cool to see though. It was. That's one of the cool things about finding, like I said, like talking with these guys out of Joyce's. They let me try some stuff on. Let me, check out the cases and play around. We want to set up a live event from there, a live stream from there. So, but then there's that. It's cool. It's a cool watch. What do you think? Thoughts? There's still 14 people hanging on to this stream. Shocking as that sounds. Shocking as that is. Where are we at on our upvotes? Let's still at 30. If you haven't hit the like, please do. Upvote the stream. We do appreciate it. We also want to see that two-tone Aquaterra with the red dial. That looks really interesting. That's a beautiful watch. I actually saw that once. It's only available in the 38. That bracelet looks much more proprietary. Stop using the big words, Dingo Dave. Proprietary. Yeah, the bracelet's nice. It's a little different. Thinner center link than like a true oyster homage. So the Omega Aquaterra two-tone in red. Hold on. I have access to such things. This is the watch that our dear friend Anthony expressed interest in. Boom. Stunner. It's on the new bracelet. Has the comfort link extension. That red dials. I wish that they made that in the 41. But it is a stunning watch. And I like I said, I saw one in person. It's really pretty. Is it 20 millimeter lugs? I'm not sure. Hold on. Let me see if I can find that information for you there, Dingster. I think it is 20 millimeter lugs, but ugh. Let me find some info. Let's see. It is a 40 millimeters, 12.8 thick. It is 100 meters water resistance. Why do they not say what the... Yeah, it doesn't say it there either. I don't know. I'm pretty sure they were 20, so... Pretty sure. Let's see. There's not a ton of info out on it yet, but there's like some people selling it, but a lot of their websites stink. 20 millimeters. 20 millimeters between the horns. $2,500 retail. Yeah, me too. I need the 41. But it's very it's like a little bit darker than the terracotta. And I don't know if it just darkens it with the gold or if it's a darker dial in general. I love the Aquaterra case style and crown. It looks like it melts on the wrist. You know what, Dave? It's funny you say that because I do believe that you are correct. And I say that because it literally melts on the wrist. It's so comfortable. You know, it's not super light, but it's so much lighter than like that Planet Ocean. The sparkle off that bracelet is amazing. The new clasp, the new bracelet, the new crown. It's just a cool watch. And it does. Yeah. 13.7 thick. So it's not super thin, but it's the depth of the dial, the indexes, the indices, everything's just really nice about the watch. It's just a good piece. I think they say what the color is on this. Moonshine Gold on steel. They just call it burgundy. They don't call it the terracotta like they do on the shades. I think it is a hair darker. I just wish they did it in the 41. But heck of a watch for the money. 12.9 on that one. So that was a 38 millimeter. It's 13.3, I think, is retail on the 41 millimeter black dial. Lucha, that's a beauty. Thank you, Dave. Different too, you know. The color really changes that thing up. And like I said, my issues with the watch, the crown was a little stiff to work, but this one's much easier. The bracelet, thought the flat link, longer link bracelet had kind of gone out of style. They changed that to have more of a presidential look. And no comfort setting on the butterfly. I wish that they would just put a sport clasp on it, but if they're not going to do that, I'll take this. And the comfort setting, I know a lot of people object to it, and I've shown you guys this before, but I mean, it's real easy to use. You pop it in, and you get like a little extra 2 millimeters of on there. And a lot of people complain that it leaves a little bit of a gap, but at a distance, it's really hard to see. I don't know. Unless you're looking at it through a macro like some of the people do, it's not easy to see. You know, anything that has any kind of comfort link on it is going to leave something. You know, even the Planet Ocean leaves a little piece on the end there, but it's got the dual impressions that kind of make it blend in a little bit. But again, who's looking at the back of your wrist? How often is anyone going to see that other than you? So I say, let there be comfort. Let the aesthetics be damned, if you will, if that bothers you. I'd rather be able to adjust it and have a little bit of comfort. We do indeed sweat the small stuff too often, Dingo Dave. It is a true story. Guys, we're coming up on 4 hours of continuous streaming. There's 14 people hanging on. We had, as everybody hits a like, because we've been stuck at 30 for a long time. And just maybe that we've had nobody else come in. I don't know the answer. Do you? If you haven't hit the upvote and liked the stream, please click that thumbs up button. Don't forget to follow me on Instagram, _Luchabetic_Mark. For all of your watch and food pictures. We went through my little visit to Joyce's Jewelers yesterday. I saw some really cool watches. I was even more convinced that I like the Aquaterra more than the Datejust. And I know that's not a fluted bezel and a Jubilee, and it may change, you know, a lot when you look into. But when you compare comparable watches, I prefer the Aquaterra. Interesting watch to see was probably the most intriguing watch that I saw. I showed you my favorite was the Oris, but maybe the most intriguing one to see was this Raymond Weil GMT. Really cool watch. It comes up. We talked about this on one of the shows with Brian because it comes up with my advertising all the time. They had someone traded one in, and it was just kind of cool to see it in person. I liked it. Neat watch. My favorite watch of the day was this Aqua State with the relief bezel in gray. Love that watch. Same size as the Planet Ocean. And the most surprising watch Probably the Zodiacs. Heck of a watch, cool, really great bracelet on these things for the money. 40 millimeter watches. I prefer the hands on this one. But yeah, it's a cool looking diver. It's different and really, really comfortable on the wrist. Great taper, great bracelet. Most fashionable watch of the day was this Ballon Bleu Cartier. A classic. I mean, you have to like that, but a classic watch. And of course, we looked at the Ultra Deep, which I never really paid attention to, didn't realize there's a little polished edge on this bracelet that really makes a difference. It's a little bit thicker. It's 2 millimeters thicker than the regular Planet Ocean. It has a better clasp, but closed case back on that one because it is the Ultra Deep. And what else? We did look at the first Omega in space. Nice watch. It seems small. I think part of it because it was on that leather strap made it feel a little bit even smaller, but nice. I mean, good looking. And anything else interesting? I guess that was it. I don't know if any of them are as interesting as the one I drove out wearing. And the Planet Ocean creamsicle. Who doesn't love a creamsicle? Lucha, let me go. I need to make a smoothie. I've got water changes to do this morning. It's hard. Dingo, thanks for coming by. I appreciate it. We're going to go another 4 minutes. We get to 4 hours and move on with our lives. I've got some stuff to get done. So, anybody else got anything out there before we end the stream? I hope you guys enjoyed it. I enjoy putting them on. The PayPal link is at the top if anybody wants to make a donation towards the med. I do. Those are always appreciated. Not required. You guys are the stars of the show. I just facilitate your chat. We have grown one more wrench with the original OC. Dingo Dave. Lucha Legend watches suck. Fishes are the future. There it is. There it is, folks. Fishes are the future. Treble, thanks for coming by. Thanks for your participation is always enjoyable and welcome. He says the iPad's about to die. Have a good day, folks, and thanks for the stream. Yeah, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed it. And we got to look at a number of different watches. And I learned that nobody pays attention to me because no one can remember the carbon dial watch that I pine over or pine for. And have shown you dozens and dozens of times over the years. Terrible, terrible memories. That's all right. Me too. Hard. Getting old is hard. But that was pretty much my day yesterday. I started off. Boom. Start off with breakfast. Round 2 of the Turkish menemen: peppers, onions, tomatoes, eggs, and assorted seasonings. It was delicious. Actually, it looked kind of cool in the pan. Lucha, lucha, lucha. Still think you've owned a carbondale once. I had a honeycomb dowel once, but not a carbondale. Not case, just the dowel. That was the honeycomb. That was the super racing, which I cashed out of for some cash in the Aquaterra when I lost my job. Because it seemed like the smart play at the time. I do miss it. They had a new one in the case. They sold that one right away. But yeah, so I had the honeycomb dial Omega Speedmaster Super Racing. Owned. But that was not carbon. So that's what I thought was carbon fiber. No, it's a honeycomb overlay over a lacquer dial. Cool watch. But guys, thanks for tuning in. We're at our 4-hour mark. All 7 of you that are left. Hit the upvote on the way out if you haven't already, and we will see you again soon, as Teddy Baldessar says.